Austin, Texas is home to America's only purpose-built Formula One track. It's one of 2 FIA Grade 1 circuits in the United States, and each year it packs full for a standing start at the Grand Prix. For club racing drivers, doing a standing start at Circuit of the Americas is a bucket list item. 30 Grid Life Touring Cup drivers will check that box today as we get set for the second race of the season in GLTC. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Super Lap Battle Day 2, Sunday morning here at Circuit of the Americas. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Alex Moss for the first event of the day, and that will be Grid Life Touring Cup race number 2. Wheel-to-wheel racing, Alex, this time with a Formula One twist. We're going to be using the Formula One starting lights and taking 30 drivers from a stop up to speed towards turn 1 for the start of race 2.
Yep, so unlike our normal rolling starts that we have at the GLTC races, this time we're doing an F1 style standing start. So at the start of the race, we're going to see the 5 lights come on, the 5 red lights come on sequentially, and then once those lights go out, everyone is free to race.
So we're going to have a lineup procedure here that'll take a few more minutes. There are 30 cars that are getting set up. There's going to be a practice run through of the lights, so everyone will get to see what they look like. Then they're going to go around for a full pace lap, line up again, and then we will go green. So we're a couple minutes out, but that gives us plenty of time, Alex, to go over a couple of things that happened yesterday and a couple of things that we should talk about before the start of race 2. In GLTC, there is rewards weight. Every time you win a race, you're basically 3% weight is added to your car. So James Houghton, who won his first race yesterday in 2 years of competition because he's been stuck in Canada during the pandemic, that Acura TSX will be 3% heavier today than it was yesterday. Andy Smedegard will be carrying 2% more weight, and Jeremy Swenson in third will be carrying 1% extra weight. So that'll be a factor once we get into the later stages of this race, especially because now GLTC is a street tire class. You have a lot less tire available to you than you did in the past on slick racing tires. So I think we're going to see people slipping and sliding around by the end of this thing. So as we head into our pre-race here, Alex, one of the things we watched yesterday was James Houghton make a triumphant return to GLTC competition after being gone for 2 years. But Andy Smedegard was right there with Houghton in that battle. But he got a little bit distracted by Swenson there at the tail end of that race. Do you think Smedegard actually has anything for Houghton, or do you think that Houghton was going to be able to stay out there by a half a second or so?
Yeah, it's tough to say. We saw Andy closing that gap from about 1.5 seconds down to half a second in the space of 3 laps. And then Jeremy arrived on the scene and made Andy have to start defending. Whether Andy would have had enough to get past James, I don't know, but I'm certain he didn't have a go because Jeremy got in the way of that. So I actually talked to James afterwards, and he said he was planning on buying Jeremy dinner that night.
Well, I'm sure that they're going to have all sorts of humor about that. But Jeremy Swenson is our 2021 champion. That's that purple Viking Performance Corvette right there on screen. He won the championship last year at Road America in a single-digit points battle back in the last race of the season. It was against Eric Cattell in that number 92 Honda Civic EG that is not here today. That car, Eric Cattell went shooting through a gap in the middle of that race and ended up crashing that car. He's building a EG sedan right now to compete in GLTC, but probably knowingly giving up a chance at running for a championship this season because of what happened. So as we look forward, and we've got 10 rounds of Touring Cup racing this season, 40 races on tap, who's the championship favorite? I think you have to look squarely at Swenson. I think you have to look squarely at Smedegard and O'Gorman as maybe your top 3 competitors. Is there anybody else in that mix that we should keep an eye on?
Certainly James. I think James has shown that when he's able to attend the races, he's been dominant so far. We don't know if that's just this track that he's particularly well suited to. My guess is probably not. But I think he'll be right up there with the guys that you mentioned.
Couple new drivers here this weekend that we should mention. Paul Curley for G-Speed is in the number 45 Corvette. He's going to start in 6th. It was his first race yesterday, and he did a mighty good job. So did Jackson Jensen, his first time ever wheel-to-wheel racing in any kind of competition. He finished inside the top 15 and will roll off in 12th today. Charles-Andre Billedeux out of Canada in the number 44 Mustang will start in 13th. And a handful of others that are new to GLTC competition. Michael Hilo, Will Hardiman, Vitas Aronowskis all had really good battles yesterday, which was really exciting to watch. But there is the grid set up. I think we've seen most of our workers jump off of the grid. There's still a couple right there at the front. So again, we're going to see the lights in a practice formation here. The lights will come on sequentially from right to left, and when they all shut off, then the drivers will accelerate slowly behind the pace car. They're going to do a full pace lap around the 3.5 miles and 20 turns of Circuit of the Americas. They'll line back up exactly as they are, and then we'll get the lights for real. Now, there is no randomness to this. This is basically a single button in race control that they press, and the lights illuminate all at once, and then it just shuts off at the same interval it always does. So there's not a whole lot of guessing game here. You're pretty much going to see the lights exactly as you see them on their start. So we don't expect to see jump starts, Alex, but the procedure for that, if you jump the start and someone catches you, that is a drive-through penalty. So if you jump it a little bit, give those spots back so you don't end up getting called for it.
Yeah, and I expect that when on this practice start here, the drivers are probably going to use that as a practice start. My guess is that we won't see them take off particularly slowly, but really see how they're going to get off the line for the race.
Is that Tom O'Gorman walking around there? I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Going over to Brian Highcotter there. So that's O'Gorman in the gray fire suit giving a fist bump to Brian Highcotter. How about that camaraderie out there on the grid, giving a fist bump to Brian Highcotter? Let's talk about Brian for a second. Forestburg Racing 05 with GT radial tires on this car. Now, the GT radial, I talked to Brian yesterday, said it seemed to get better throughout the 15-minute race. That is not a characteristic that a lot of the tires have. So I'm curious to see how he'll do on the initial start of this race and how he'll do towards the end, because he was catching drivers inside the top 4 and even the podium towards the end of the race. So I think Highcotter, again, he got the pole because he ran the fastest lap of the race. He got that on the last lap. If he can withstand pressure in the opening laps, I think Highcotter's got a real good chance of winning this thing.
Yeah, that behavior sounds like, or that characteristic sounds like a race tire. You know, it's not particularly quick right off the line, right out of the gate, but as the race develops, it just gets faster and faster. So he may have, you know, the magic formula here that nobody else is trying.
So Highcotter will start in first alongside Jeremy Swenson. We'll go through the starting order a little bit deeper in a bit. We should also mention Ryan Upham in the number 13. He had a cracked frame that he discovered. It's probably been like that for a while, but he discovered it yesterday and said, we need to fix this. Took a long time to find a welder and a place to plug it in, but he finally found it, got that thing welded back together, started at the tail of the field in race 1, and drove through it. But again, we gridded race 2 by lap time, so Upham will start 15th and has a great chance to recover his weekend, and so does Micaiah Hackbarth, who had an issue in qualifying with a slightly oversized wing, was sent to the back of the grid for race 1. He will start 14th for race 2. So I think those two cars in particular have a lot of upward climb still to do before I think they settle out.
Yeah, I imagine both of them will move forward in this race, and gaining those positions where they are is what they needed to do in race 1.
Austin Cobb in the 136 car is in basically a white fastback Miata. That thing is turbocharged, and at the tail of the field, he had a brake failure yesterday. Just pads, he had meat on him when he got in the race, but he wore them out so fast that he needed to replace them for race number 2. So he will start towards the tail. There's Highcotter in that Forsberg Racing 05. Swenson, Viking Performance Corvette there on the right with the door open. Then behind Swenson is Andy Smedegard. Over to Smedegard's right side, that red and white car is James Houghton's K-tuned number 41 Acura TSX. Then it's Tom O'Gorman right behind Houghton. So those two cars are actually in invert order as they were yesterday. It was O'Gorman in front of Houghton. So I think I'm curious to see on the initial start how that front-wheel drive TSX is going to do, Alex. I think it has a severe disadvantage compared to every other car here at the front.
Yep, yeah, we've got 3 driveline configurations that we have on the grid here. We've got all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, and front-wheel drive. And I think for a standing start, the only one you really don't want to have is front-wheel drive, and that's what James has here.
There's a look at O'Gorman again. This car built in just a couple of weeks from parts and pieces laying around the ASM shop. Tom had a crash in testing prior to Road America a few weeks before the last round of the season. Was a little bit far out of the championship hunt, but he borrowed Zach Lavoie's car at Road America and drove the heck out of it and had a really good weekend, all things considered, even with a couple broken parts along the way. But Tomo still is not quite sure what 2022 holds in terms of a full season plan, but the ASM shop is extremely well prepared, Alex, and I'm sure he'll be racing something as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's not going to be on the grid for every race this season, but we'll see as the year unfolds.
There's a good look at Brian Highcotter spinning those tires again. That was the practice start, and he smoked them big time, and the drivers were instructed not to launch that, so I think that might have been a mistake on Brian's part, just kind of the red mist of seeing the lights go. But cars are going to head around now for a full pace lap, and there are 30 cars on this grid, and the starting lineup is as follows. On the first row, the number 05 Forsberg Racing 05 car, that's Brian Highcotter out of Fresno, California. Jeremy Swenson in the number 30 in the Viking Performance Corvette. Row 2, James Houghton in the number 41 K-tuned Acura TSX. with Andy Smedegard in the 212 for ASM with Hawk Performance. Right behind, another ASM with Hawk Performance car, Tom O'Gorman in the number 94. And then Paul Curley, Eric Jensen behind, with Luke McGrew, Paul Costas, and Matt Waldbaum running out the rest of the top 10. Row 6, Austin Hurdle and Jackson Jensen. With row 7, Charles-Andre Villadeux and Micaiah Hackbarth. Row 8, Ryan Upham and Colton Wade. Zach Lavoie, Mike Hillo in row number 9. And Gary Wimble and Chris Taylor in row number 10. Behind them, it's Hardiman, Aronowskis, Jang, Cobb, Fitzpatrick, Giles, Wynn, McGinnis, Poole, and Wes Case that will line up. Fiona Liu was set to grid 29th. That car had an engine failure yesterday, and that will not be joining the grid for race 2, unfortunately, Alex. That's just the way it goes sometimes. That car blew up in pretty spectacular fashion at a turn number 11.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Fiona as well, because she spent, like James, the last 2 years being really away from the whole Grid Life family here and not being able to attend races, and this was her first race back.
Another thing we should mention is the weather this morning. Extremely cool, Alex. How is that going to play with street tires? Do you think that'll be an issue at all, getting tires up to temp? We see drivers weaving back and forth to try to get some heat in their tires. Is that going to help them significantly?
I don't think it's going to help them a whole lot. Street tires tend to not need a ton of heat, and in fact, you're often trying to get some heat in them, but generally over the length of a race, trying to keep them cool. So I think the cool weather is going to help the street tires, help them not fade as much as they might otherwise do towards the end of the race. But we'll see. These guys are all great drivers and all know how to manage those tires.
So onto the back straightaway now, heading up towards turn number 12, where we saw that braking duel between Jeremy Swenson and Andy Smedegard yesterday. The biggest strength in Andy's car and his driving, I think, is how late he can brake. And that really saved him that second spot. Had Swenson got around him there, that would have been game over. So Smedegard waited a little longer to get in those brakes and somehow managed to keep Swenson behind. And that's a good thing for Smedegard starting on row 2. If you've got a good launch on these front 2 cars and you can outbrake the guys in front of you, go for it, as long as you can come out the other side without contact. Again, GLTC, a wheel-to-wheel racing series, these drivers pride themselves on how little contact there is. It is very strongly discouraged, and we were told by our competition director and stewards yesterday that any contact this season is going to be penalized. We're trying to get rid of the bumps and bruises and bangs of seasons past. Obviously no big crashes, but we just want to discourage contact as much as possible, because bodywork in a club racing setting, Alex, is not fun.
No, it's not fun. It's expensive to fix, and it isn't a good look for us, and so we do want to discourage that as much as possible. And it was great racing between both Jeremy and Andy. Andy came from a fair way back when he outbraked Jeremy. But Jeremy anticipated it, knew where he was going to be, and still took care of it.
As the field rolls down through the carousel and heads towards turn 19 and turn 20, the field is going to grid back up as they were. Standing start. The F1 lights will illuminate 1 through 5, and then they will extinguish. When the lights extinguish, we will go racing for GLTC race number 2. It is Brian Heitkotter out of Forsberg Racing on the front row alongside Jeremy Swenson, who finished 3rd yesterday. This race is gridded by lap time from race number 1. Race 3 later this morning is going to be gridded by starting or finishing position in this race. So Brian Heitkotter in the Forsberg Racing 05 coming to a slow, getting some heat in the brakes, it looks like, jumping on the binders there for a second, Alex, and now we're going to wait for the entire field to get lined up again, and those lights will illuminate 1 through 5 and extinguish. 30 cars in Grid Life Touring Cup getting set to go racing, Alex. This is tense moments for everybody.
Yeah, everyone bunched up, so we're not going to have a long time waiting on the grid for the grid to form here.
Now lined up, 30 cars deep. There's a few cars at the tail there that are getting set up, and a safety truck there way at the back. Just like Formula One, we're doing this here in a club racing setting, something that is never usually done. There's a look at those start lights now as we get set for the start of GLTC race number 2.
And I'd be very interested to see how James gets off the line and how Tom deals with him if he does have that slow start that we kind of anticipate having.
All right, the field is gridded up now. We're awaiting the lights to illuminate here at Circuit of the Americas. 15-minute race. All the drivers now getting set up to do the one launch that they're going to get to do this season in GLTC competition. Brian Highcotter and Jeremy Swenson is aside each other in that front row. Then Houghton and Smedegaard in row 2. O'Gorman and Paul Curley in row number 3. Again, power to weight class here, so heavier cars, more power, lighter cars, less power. Variety of makes, models, and chassis from all vintages. We've got a car from 2020 and a car from 1995 competing in the same race and right around each other on the grid as well.
It sounds like there's some kind of announcement coming out over the track PA that there is something happening with the pit wall, maybe, that they can't start the race till everybody's off that pit wall.
It looks like it. So they're waiting for folks to get off that wall so that it's safe for everybody alongside the track here. There are the lights. Here we go. Lights out, and away we go then for GLTC race number 2 at Circuit of the Americas. Up the hill they go. Highcotter loses the lead to Swenson as they climb the hill 80 feet to the top of the crest. Jeremy Swenson in the Viking Performance Corvette's the first one to the first corner. Then it's Highcotter. Wow, Smedegaard and Paul Curley very tight and tidy. There's Houghton to the outside in the K-tuned Acura TSX. He'll slot into third through turn 2, Alex.
Yeah, and we saw James Houghton was gridded very deep. He did get a slow start off the line, but recovered very quickly going up the hill to challenge Andy there.
And look at this, Smedegaard through, and O'Gorman peeks a nose into the inside of Houghton, who jumps on the brakes. O'Gorman has to tuck in behind as we sweep through the S's for the first time. But Swenson is through Highcotter. Will those GT radials heat up? There's O'Gorman down the inside on Houghton. No, a touch! And he's going to tag Houghton and lose control for a moment. He gasses it back up and saves it. And here comes the 11 car. That's the Corvette to the inside. Houghton jams the throttle forward and accelerates out. He saves that car. What a drive there.
Yeah, excellent save by James after a little bit of contact with Tom. Obviously sent that car sideways, but he managed to gather it up and not lose too many positions. Not as bad as it could have been for him.
Here's Zach Lavoie really deep on the brakes into turn 11. Can he hang on in the inside of Paul Curley? He does, and Hurdle and Jensen now side by side, 3 abreast out of turn 11, now up the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, and we saw Zach spin that in turn 11 last race, just under braking.
3 abreast now, Jensen in that black FRS. Here's Paul Curley with a huge run on James Houghton. Down into turn number 12, and will he jump on the brakes a little bit earlier or later than Houghton? It looks like he will outbrake Houghton, who's just gathering up momentum. Look at Curley outbraking even Luke McGrew into turn 12. Bit of a stack up here. Hackbarth, Lavoie. Look at that 350Z. That's Michael Hilo on the outside. Frantic moments on this opening lap. A lot of lunges here in the early stages.
Yeah, Zach Lavoie there on Micaiah Hackbarth, teammates, and Matt Walbaum coming up with him as well.
And into the arena section, turn 15. This will give the advantage to some of the lighter cars for the moment, but Swenson is out front. Look at this mess behind. Lavoie, Austin Hurdle, Micaiah Hackbarth, Matt Waldbaum, Charles-Andre Billadieu. This is such a good battle here in this opening lap. Still side by side all the way through this lap. We might get the Formula One start. We get better than Formula One racing, though, Alex, that's for sure. Look at this. As we come around to finish the first lap, it's still Swenson leading over Highcotter with the GT radials. Then it's Smedegaard, your top 3. O'Gorman runs in 4th, waving yellow flag somewhere on the course as the drivers come across the line for the first time.
Yeah, hopefully that's just a local yellow and we don't need to have the safety car out. It doesn't look like we do. But yeah, I'd be interested to see where Jeremy got ahead of Highcotter. Was that right at the start?
Yes. Big smoke up in turn 1.
And there is waving yellow at turn 1 as well.
Yeah, so big smoke for, I think that was Swenson, locked up the brakes there in the first corner. But he gets it woed down. Micaiah Hackbarth making a pass up there at the apex of turn 1.
No passing at turn 1 with that waving yellow flag.
Yep, and you can see there's a safety truck there on the inside of turn 1. So, again, drivers, there's a very strict policy on not passing under yellow there, Alex, so that will have to be looked at later as we sweep through on our second lap. A good clean start for the most part, at least through turn 2. There was a little bit of contact, but now we're clear and free to race for the rest of the 15 minutes. Here's a couple ASM cars. That is Lavoie and Waldbaum nose to tail now.
Yep, and Micaiah as well is also an ASM car, so 3 teammates there battling it out.
All right, back up front, look at Swenson and Highcotter closing in on those GT radial tires that he says get better. Then it's 2 ASM with Hawk Performance cars, Smedegaard and O'Gorman. And have a little look deeper in the field. There's the other ASM fight between Waldbaum and Lavoie. Here comes Matt to the inside at turn 11. And he's going to outbrake Lavoie, it looks like, get to the apex, and through he will go on his teammate. Now it's a drag race up the backstretch.
Yeah, so Matt did a nice job there, got to the inside, got his braking done and held that tighter line. Looks like Zach is giving him a run, though, down the back straight here.
Side by side, the red S2000 and the gray S2000, door to door on the run to turn number 12. Who will win the braking battle here? Teammates. Again, Matt Waldbaum's first wheel-to-wheel experience here this weekend at Circuit of the Americas. Lavoie gets in the brakes a little earlier. Waldbaum overshoots and runs way off course, and that will allow Lavoie to go back around, and Waldbaum very nicely is giving that position back. It was told in the driver's meeting, if you exceed track limits and gain an advantage, you have to give the spot back. Waldbaum, experience of a veteran there after the mistake.
Yeah, did exactly what he needed to do. It looked like he initially braked a little bit early, then got off the brakes as he saw Zach go by, and then just missed reapplying those brakes again for turn 12.
Now reattacking Michael Hilo here in the 350Z that got around him when he went off course. There's Upham, who had to fix that frame. Upham takes a big lunge in the middle of the carousel, but couldn't quite get there. So we roll through now. Look at this battle. Waldbaum approaching Hilo into turn 19. Got to carry so much speed, and a slip and a slide there from Waldbaum. Misses the apex at 19, but keeps it on course now as we head to turn 20. Swenson across the line leads by 1.7 over Heitkotter. Then it's Smedegaard, O'Gorman, and Paul Costas in the number 11. That's that orange Corvette we saw earlier. But this is the battle for position with Zach Lavoie, Hilo, and Waldbaum all for 11th, Alex.
Yeah, so great racing again up and down the field. We're seeing the front stretch out a little bit, but this battle is what we want to see here with the actually two sets of cars almost going 3 wide there through turn 1.
That was 3 wide. Charles-Andre Billadeux in the Mustang got squeezed there a little bit on the inside. Colton Wade and Ryan Upham making that one interesting. But Hilo out in front of the 2 ASM cars being hounded in that red 350Z on the run into the S's. This is amazing racing, Alex, and a lot of times drivers get caught up in how far up they finish, but you can race for 11th, you can race for 20th. They all pay the same, and this is what's so great about this series.
Yeah, no doubt. Every single one of these drivers wants to be in the position Jeremy's in first place, but they will all have a huge smile on their face being in this kind of a battle.
Look at Lavoie up the outside of Hilo now, climbing up through turn 8 and then to turn 9. That's that left-hander here, and they're dragging Colton Wade and Ryan Upham into this mix as they head up over the crest of turn 10 and down to 11.
Yeah, I think, did we just see Matt just got by Zach again there.
Into turn 11 again. Here comes Upham with a big lunge on the brakes. Into turn 11. 4 wide at the apex. That's not going to work, boys. Somehow they make it work. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, two cars there taking evasive action and going off the outside of the track. Again, exactly what they should do. That pavement's out there. They can use it to avoid contact. They just can't use it to overtake people.
Look at this. Here's Colton Wade in the BMW M3 with Fields Auto Works blasting by down towards turn number 12. Look at the run he's got in that M3 into turn 12 now. A fantastic run into turn 12. We'll see if he completes that pass. He's going to get squeezed as Upham goes by. Waldbaum now side by side with Wade as they head into turn 13.
Yeah, great driving there. He must have gotten incredible exit off turn 11 because he just blew by those cars going down the long straight.
Yeah, that car is one of the most powerful and one of the heaviest cars in this field, so it's going to struggle in this section in particular, but the straightaways are where its advantage is. Lavoie is going to get a little squeezed off course there, has to run wide. Drivers were told they could escape past those yellow bumps if they needed to, if they were pushed wide. 3 wide through the carousel. Look at this run. Oh, Billadeux gets squeezed. Colton Wade in the middle. Lavoie on the inside. Great battling here at Circuit of the Americas. This is fierce action now with the Mustang to the inside. Colton Wade leaving plenty of racing room. And we'll rejoin the circuit into turn 20. This time through, Swenson leads by 2 seconds. No battles up front. We're taking you to the best stuff here. Hilo, Upham, and Zach Lavoie still in a battle. And here comes Waldbaum back on Upham up the front straight.
Yeah, there's actually 3 cars there. That's, I believe, right? No, Zach's further back, sorry.
Yep. Into turn 1 now. Upham closes off, defends nicely. Look at the jet black pavement here. This is all brand new. Much smoother than it was in the past. That could lead to a lot more driver confidence than the bumps it used to be.
Yeah, much smoother and incredibly grippy, that black asphalt.
Okay, problem for the 527. This is Jackson Jensen out of the G-Speed camp. He's going to pull to the side in turn number 1, it looked like. He's well out of the way there. That we should be able to continue to race green all the way around the track. Maybe a local standing yellow in turn 1 for that.
Yeah, I'd imagine they'll cover that with just a local yellow.
Now, have a look here as we run down the hill. There's Brian DeFries in the 898 for Robertson Racing. Brian had a clutch issue the other day, managed to get that fixed and repaired, and he is now locked into battle here. Here's Waldbaum and Upham again going at it. This has been a fierce battle, and it's going to continue. Upham tries to cover, can't get there. Waldbaum on the brakes, but can't outdo Upham as he dives into 11. Up out of turn 11 now, up onto the back straight again. And there's Colton Wade. This is going to be a BMW M3 versus that 2020 Ford Mustang. And just in the back right of that shot here, let's see who's got more drag down the straight as we watch Waldbaum again have a look at Upham into turn 12. This is what this battle's all about.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some overlap here. We'll see if he can hold it on the brakes into 12. Real good run there, actually. He cleared him a long time before he got into 12. But Upham just did better on the brakes.
Again.
Just came back on the brakes.
Yeah, he's just outbraking Waldbaum there into turn 12, and maybe a little bit. Waldbaum braked a little earlier to make sure he didn't run wide again there after a couple laps ago. One car, is that Luke McGrew? Yes, it is. Pulled off to the side on the inside of 13, so potentially a mechanical for the number 7, who's one of the most consistent drivers in Grid Life Touring Cup competition, and it's a shame to see that car pulled off to the side.
Another good run here, going through the carousel now.
Nicely done. Waldbaum just expertly swings around Upham. And good battles all around the course. I think we should go back up front, Alex, because Swenson and Heitkotter, that gap is going to decrease a little bit more. 1.7 seconds. Is Heitkotter getting back? He just ran 0.2 quicker than Swenson. Maybe that battle will fire up in the last couple minutes of this race. But here is the 11 of Paul Costas and Paul Curley behind him in that blue Corvette.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see up front whether those GT radial tires are going to come in now.
White flag for the race, so 1 lap to go. So up front, it's Jeremy Swenson and Brian Heitkotter. We'll take you there to watch the very end, but Heitkotter 1.7 back in that 0.5. Smedegaard is a long ways back, so it's going to be between the front two. But can the 0.5 of Heitkotter catch Swenson? There's the differential here. We'll hold this to the checkered. 1.7 seconds was the gap at the line. But I think Heitkotter is coming back. This race is clearly a little shorter. There's a couple of yellows, so I think they're throwing the checkered a little earlier here, Alex. And that's not going to leave Heitkotter a lot of time to get back to the 30 car.
No, it's still a long way back there. I'm not sure he's going to be able to close that gap in what is essentially half a lap now. We've got just the long straight in the final sector here. So I think Jeremy's going to be safe there.
Yeah, there's the yellow at turn number 1 for Jackson Jensen. I think there was one other car stranded at the top of the hill. And there is James Houghton.
That does not look good.
The 41, and that is certainly not good. So that car billowing smoke, and that is probably what that yellow was for. But he's pulled off there as we roll through the arena section now, and we'll have to roll the crews out to Houghton to get that car taken care of. But through the last couple corners, Heitkotter is gaining ground. He's just going to be a couple laps too short, I think. Needed a few more, and he's not going to get them here. Jeremy Swenson, last season in 2021, won 9 races en route to his season championship over Eric Cattell in a 1992 Honda Civic. This Viking Performance Corvette debuted here last year. There was problems afoot, did not finish a race the way that he wanted. Was a little frustrated by that, but then went on to win the championship in his rookie season. Jeremy Swenson, the number 30 in the Viking Performance Corvette, will get redemption at Circuit of the Americas. Checkered flag waves, and Swenson will pick up where he left off in 2021 as a race winner in 2022 at Circuit of the Americas. Heitkotter second for Forsberg Racing, then Andy Smedegaard, O'Gorman, and Paul Costas should wrap up the rest of the top 5.
Yeah, great race driven by Jeremy there. He really dominated that race, led essentially start to finish. And yeah, all we can do now is hope that James is going to be okay, and he's out of the car, so he's going to be fine. Yeah,
he's out of the car. So with your knowledge on what that looks like, is that engine failure potentially, Alex, or can we only guess at this point?
We can only speculate. I'm not sure if that was smoke or steam. Hopefully maybe it's like a burst radiator hose or something like that. We're just seeing a lot of steam, but it looked very white, didn't look dark, didn't look like a lot of stuff was burning up there.
Yeah, well, there's a debris flag.
So it could be coolant on the track from that. So that would be my hope, that it's just something like a radiator hose is blown. Yeah. That doesn't look like fire to me. That looks like steam.
Yep. So we'll update you later today in the second race of the morning. There's some debris here, which looks like a piece of bodywork of some kind. But yeah, we'll update you later on the condition of this car. But again, this has won 4 of the 6 races it's competed in. Yep. All of them here at Circuit of the Americas. Houghton built this car for the 2020 season and then essentially got stuck in Canada for 2 years while the pandemic was going on. This is his first return to competition and won yesterday. So from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows for the number 41. It's not going to get better either, because we grid our third race of the day by the running order of this race. So Jeremy Swenson and Heitkotter will again start on the front row for race number 3. Smedegaard and O'Gorman will once again share a row on the start. Then Paul Costas and Paul Curley will share row number 3.
Yeah, we're at the point of the weekend after race 1, because race 1 is based on first lap. You can recover from a bad qualifying session and really from a bad finishing position in race 1. But we're at the point of the weekend now where any lack of success kind of compounds through the rest of the weekend. A bad finishing position in race 2 leads to a bad start in race 3, which then compounds into race 4.
So having a look under the hood there, and again, could just be steam. It's also pretty cool out this morning, so that will make that effect look a lot more extreme.
Yeah, that doesn't look like fire to me. I think that car's going to be okay, and I think it's just a mechanical thing that needs to be fixed, although it did look pretty spectacular.
So going back to the start, Swenson nailed that and out-dragged Heitkotter up to turn 1. What a great drive and great job by the Stream team to capture that. That was unbelievable. But again, Swenson gets it done in the Viking Performance Corvette, rolling through the carousel now on the cool-down lap. So this will be his first win of the season. This is a season-long effort. He'll be at almost every round this season, so I'd expect Swenson again to be one of our championship contenders, and he's starting things off right here this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. A great drive from him and puts him in good position for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the championship too.
Ryan Upham ended up finishing down the order as well. The number 13 finished 25th, so not sure exactly what happened to him. Looked like one of the cars that I wanted to mention was the 898 of Brian DeFries for Robertson Racing. That car gained, I think, 7 spots to finish 21st after that clutch issue yesterday. So good job on Brian. In the past, he has driven that car to the racetrack and fully experienced the riding a race car all the way to Michigan last year. He lives basically right across the street from this track. But good job on Brian to get up the positions he did there. Wes Case up 8 spots. Austin Cobb up 4. Gary Wimble up 3. Colton Wade up 5. Good race for him. Hackbarth up 3 as well. And as we mentioned, the cars with issues in this race, James Houghton in the 41, Jackson Jensen, Upham, and McGrew. And so there looks like there's a grouping of mechanical issues that we'll have to investigate before that third race happens, so we can update you on where all those cars are and what happened to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we look forward to that next race now. This is it. We've had 2 exciting races so far, and we can only hope for 2 more.
So with the checkered flag fallen on our second race of the weekend here for Grid Life Touring Cup at Circuit of the Americas in conjunction with Super Lap Battle, that's going to do it for us for now. It'll be Super Lap Battle action for most of the rest of the day. We've got 2 more races on tap that are sprinkled, 1 more later in the morning, 1 more in the afternoon. We're going to turn things over to those Super Lap Battle guys in just a little bit. Kyle Heyer alongside Alex Moss, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you guys later after the Super Lap Battle runs this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Super Lap Battle fans, Time Attack fans. It's Sunday, and we're here for session 1 of Group 4. Should be an interesting day today.
If you're not tuned on YouTube, please turn us on. I know I already see the whole YouTube crowd is already fired up for that awesome grid life race. A lot of mechanicals. And looks like we have Group 4 lined up here for their first sessions of the day. Sundays. There we are. Good morning. I hope everyone had an awesome Saturday night. I know we did.
I know most of the Time Attack guys were probably partying over at Texas Dave's Ranch last night. A lot of the guys didn't show up for the drivers' meeting today. Probably over there hooning and off-roading and fishing, if they're anything like me.
Possibly nursing a hangover, but I know they'll get out here for their first sessions. I know a lot of the teams already out there, already cranking that morning oil, warming the cars up, and let's take a quick look at yesterday's sessions and standings. Kind of see where we're at and reset everything. So in enthusiast class, we have Jeffrey Ting holding down the number 1 spot at a 2:32.4, and Jeffrey Formosa right there, out there, right behind him. Street class, we have Amir. This is going to be a hot contested. I know Jackie. I saw him this morning. He's going to turn it up. He's right there, right behind Amir. And Thomas Smith still holding third. I'm like, Thomas, you're going to do a 2:18. He's going to cut out hopefully a little bit more. Andy Hollis up there in limited class at a 2:15. And Thomas Thompson right there, and Zachary Silver at a 2:16 as well. And actually, Gabe Zamora is out there really doing well. And then here's the ultimate lap time right here. Ferris out there in the unlimited class. We just really ran into Ferris this morning and see if he's going to turn it up. And he's having a little bit of trouble, but he's going to knock it out. And also second place out there with Will A. Young up there in Canada. And the pro comp class, we didn't see too many pro comp guys. The GT3 out there, AMG, with Richard Luttrell at a 2:10. Hopefully those guys crank it up a little bit. We were trying to find them this morning. I know they were out there in the paddock. So,
Richard, if you hear me, you should pull the restrictors off and tune it without the restrictors. Let's send that GT3 car at a full pace, huh?
And see if we can't give a Ferris a run for his money this morning, and with that ultimate lap time. That was a factory-tuned race car. We'd really like to see it turned up a little bit more. I'd like to say good morning to Global Media Incorporated. It's nice to see everyone's up so early this morning with these first sessions. But these are the ones that we're going to want to see with it nice and cold. All those turbocharged engines are going to really love it out there. The Paddock, we were just rolling through it, and it's freezing cold, at least to us California boys. So, but right now it's about 47 to 50 degrees out there in the paddock, and this first Group 4 is going to get going here. Ever so slightly, but I think Sunday morning everyone's kind of a little bit slower to get things moving. But once they do, it's going to be pretty hot and heavy. So we got a lot of.
Looks like Group 4 is all ready to go.
We got a lot of our street and enthusiast cars out here. And a couple guys. Hey, that's Justin.
Good morning, Justin.
Oh, maybe that's from James Houghton's car from that grid life race. Looks like the safety crew out there laying down some quick dry, some kitty litter, some quick dry. Maybe he dropped a little bit of coolant on track. Looks like there. Couldn't figure out quite what it was.
Hopefully James gets it sorted out.
But if you guys were with us last two sessions or last session of yesterday, group 2 and 3 Had a decent amount of mechanicals. We were searching for a lot of people in the paddock this morning, and maybe everyone hasn't woken up yet, but we were looking for the R for Race Camaro, at least I was, and also the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 car.
Look, we got fans from South Africa. Good afternoon over there, Mohammed.
South Africa. Wow.
It's exciting to see fans of our forms of motorsports across the globe tuning in.
Bruce Wayne, we are looking for Devin this morning. We were looking around for him. We found his car. We didn't find Devin. His car was up and going, but running, but maybe he stepped out to go to the bathroom. So we're still looking for Devin. But looks like the safety crew, they got a lot of kitty litter to sweep up before we get underway here, because we don't want that in our braking zone, that's for sure. So they gotta let the drivers out there know, hey, this kitty litter down, quick dry down, and that's gonna, if you have a nice good spec attire or good spec Advent AO52s out there, and you don't want to get that on there. But let's see.
Looks like there's a good evening from Thailand. Shout out from LA, Puerto Rico. This is exciting stuff, guys. Glad to have all of you guys on.
It's good to see fans from Thailand. Hello from Austin, 30 minutes from the track. So how come you're out here watching these first sessions? This is where the first 2 or 3 sessions today are going to be where all the time goes down. Come on down. It's only $20 to get in here. And we just had a really super exciting grid life race. We're about ready to get these first sessions for groups 1 through 4 underway. Puerto Rico, wow. Okay, so we just got word that the track's going to be about 4 minutes to clean up this little spill here. So they're going to get the street sweepers on there, and we're going to get some of that quick dry up. But hopefully we can get some running through this, and that's really what's going to bring up that quick dry, is for race cars to run on and disperse that quick dry. Like this sweeper will do a good amount, but we really need running through that to really walk that stuff dry, or run that stuff dry. But that's a lot of coolant, or a lot of dropped liquid, looks like. Hopefully we can talk to James later and see what happened with the engine or with the car there. But yeah, it looks like the Coda safety team does an amazing job. Yesterday we had a couple, not big mechanicals, but decent mechanical issues yesterday in the later afternoon, and they were quick on it to get tows out real quick. So hats off to them. They've been doing an awesome job. The staff here at Coda's amazing when it comes to just getting us in and out and underway. It looks like they got that quick dry swept up pretty well, the kitty litter. So we got another couple minutes here, and we'll release some cars. So who's ready for this first round of Group 4? Who's got money on it? It's nothing like getting a nice, good time attack bet out this morning. It's a local Texas boy right here. So it looks like the Group 4 is underway, or just about to get underway, and they're chomping at the bit to, like, let's get going. We want to get out on track and put some fast lap times down. if you haven't seen this WRX all weekend, that's a beautiful, gorgeous WRX out there in front. So these first round or Group 4 is basically pretty much all of our enthusiast class, and these enthusiast cars are they're going to need to be like the registered owner of these cars, OEM factory transmissions, so no super fancy sequential gearboxes, paddle shifts gearboxes, super minimum aero mods as far as nothing super big splitters, anything like that. We're looking for something that's very easy to be drivable. And then we have our street classes, very similar too. You can't be a professional driver, meaning you can't be paid to drive a car. Obviously, all OEM gearboxes, no sequentials, OEM gear sets but you toss your own gear sets in. You want to change gear ratios, differential ratios, and that's fine. And the limited class is pretty much really highly prepped race cars, not to the full extent of the rules, but pretty much everything. You can go anywhere with unlimited engine mods, sequential transmissions, everything's good. Aero development, everything. But you have to use that AO52 tire. But you can change in swaps, do all those things, and then our unlimited classes pretty much are fully prepped to the rule race cars. So you're looking at pro drivers. You can get a pro driver in there to get those extra couple hundredths or thousandths of a second. Sequential transmissions, and also full aero mods are fully open. So the big wings, the big splitters, the underbody, aerodynamics, and pretty much everything. But they also get a higher class slick, and also a slick tire. And then also our pro camp class. These are actually for tube chassis cars, anything that's a factory race car. GT3 cars, GT Le Mans car, anything you want to bring, but that does not have a factory VIN number. So pretty much everything's open. You can use a slick tire or AO52, but pretty much everything's open, but something that's not a factory race car, not to the tradition of time attack. And time attack cars are have always traditionally been a VIN number car. So that's what we look for out here, and that's pretty much the essence of time attack, taking your own street car, the car that you've purchased, or even in most cases, a lot of these guys, they've grown up with these cars, and they have finally been able to start tuning these cars and doing what they want to them. So this is that's the spirit of time attack, taking what you have and what you like to that next level, and just as a natural progression as far as in driving, and also learning your abilities, learning how to drive the car, progressing with driving, and also tuning the cars. So here we go. We're underway with our Group 4 Session 1 of the day, and our enthusiast and street class cars that are mixed in with here. And here we have that gorgeous MR2 from yesterday. Hopefully they got that splitter tightened up a little bit better, that front kind of arrow tightened up a little bit better. There's Sean Bassett. We were just chatting with him before we came up here to the booth, and we're looking to see if he gets out there and gets some hot times in. I know he was having a little bit of trouble with the car yesterday, as far as they actually just changed out the steering rack yesterday, or before they came here, and he was having a little bit of trouble with the power steering with these really heavy corners here, and that being a high downforce car, they were having a little bit of trouble, or he was having a little bit of trouble with the driving. So hopefully they can get a nice hot time in there and see what that car can really do. If you're not too familiar with that car, that's an older 240Z Nissan, and he's got a really crazy engine setup in there with really big turbos and also a brand new dry sump system, meaning he has an external oil pump and all that stuff, and he's has a really nice setup. They just went to Pikes Peak last year, so we just saw him down here in the paddock, and They were making a little bit of suspension adjustments and also hopefully putting on a new set of tires for this morning. But here we go, underway. First car through start finish, coming up into turn 1. Roaring past us here this morning. But nothing like Group 4. They always get out there, and they're like normally always the ones that are raring to go. But it looks like James Hugh, in that WRX STI. First out of the gate there. Cody Gonzalez, looks like they got that hardtop back on there from yesterday.
Nesta Bruzelis?
Yeah. He was shooting flames there yesterday, so hopefully we can see some more flames. A little bit darker out today. The clouds are kind of a little bit overcast today. The sun's kind of sort of coming out, but I'd like to see what the track temperature is. It seems to me, I know it's pretty cold out there. Track temps are pretty cold, so hopefully Group 4 can warm up the track a little bit, but if the sun doesn't come out, I'd like to see how that affects lap times. We got Cody Gonzalez coming through turn 1. Gorgeous S2000 with those green, very reminiscent to Takata green. Takata green being Takata NSX, very color that's very familiar. There's Donald Brown in that next to showroom stock STI.
And it's Brandon in the Volkswagen.
It's always cool to see these first couple sessions and see who actually throws it to the wind and see who actually turns it up. But most guys will get out there and do a banker lap. You know, they want to see what the track condition is, especially after that grid life race. And they would have probably already, or maybe the team have already talked to the grid life guys and see what the track conditions are. I haven't seen Austin. Did Austin not? He probably got moved to Group 3, but still, we're still kind of shuffling things around from yesterday as far as run groups go, and we're still trying to figure out where everyone's the best spot for him to get a good time in. It
looks like James Hu clocked 2:38.497 on his first lap. Josh Garcia in the A86 F20 powered Hachiroku clocked the 2:39.720. And
he looks like we have a spin coming on the front straight right there. That could be some hot action right there. A bit of a drama at the start of the straightaway here. The front straight, looping it around.
That looks like Austin Sierra.
Yeah. I speak of him and he spins. I better not talk about him anymore. I hope I'm not making him spin. But that could just be cold tires. Easy situation to fix. You just got to get harder on the brakes and warm up those tires. Here's Sean Bassett. Looks like he's going a little bit fast, but we just spoke to him and he said also that car is more or less geared for Pikes Peak. Maybe they don't have a longer gear set in here, but he said he was topping out at 120, and that might be fine for Pikes Peak, a little bit shorter, not as fast corners. But here you have two big long straightaways and a little bit mid to high speed corners as well. So he said he was topping out at 120, and that car could easily go a lot faster.
And there's Daniel Oliver back out in his SW20 MR2.
Well, looks like we have a little bit of action here. Looks like Jeffrey's chasing Ernesta down, trying to get by him here. Let's see if he actually did. Yes, he did on that back straight.
That's a Stefan Bustler.
Oh, that is Stefan Bustler.
Yeah, that's Stefan Bustler.
My mistake.
Contesting Ernesta in the 370Z.
Stefan Bustler missed the apex a little bit, but here's Cody. Cody Gonzalez. And that's 2000 again. And he looks to be the top of the time sheets there. 236 for this session. Right on top of Jeffrey Hu. That's by almost 2 seconds, 1.9. Here we are coming to the S's, the front S's right here. Hallmark part of this racetrack. Stephen Bustler out there, coming to turn 1. Let's see if anyone can pull out faster at 236. It looks like Cody Gonzalez right there at the top. Looks like we got a lot of action on Twitch this morning. Seems to be Twitch is growing up.
Shout out to everybody on Twitch.
All those amazing.
Yes, we are
Twitch.
looking forward to the F1 season.
F1 season is just barely starting to kick off. They haven't started testing yet, but everyone releasing their cars. Who likes the new livery on the new F1 cars? Especially the new. Personally, I really like the new McLaren cars. How they kind of interchange that with, or intertwine that with their IndyCar program, with the papaya and a little bit of blue in there, but also Ferrari changing from more of a, for the past good amount of years, they've had more of a marble red, and that's traditionally not a Ferrari red. So they have thrown on a little bit darker red on the Ferraris there in Formula One. But the big rule change is where it's really gonna happen. See who comes out with a good kit, in a good way.
Joshua Garcia's pushing it down the front straight.
Looks like
looks like Joshua went way faster than he did out his first fast lap this morning at 2:35.408. That's F20 powered Hachiroku, you guys. You know, the die-hard Hachiroku guys probably don't like it, but us Hana guys, we love it.
Sean Bassett. Let's get in.
Sean Bassett's going faster than he did yesterday. He's doing a 2:45.083.
I saw Jesse right here on YouTube asking Kiet, where's the S2000? Where is the S2000, Kiet? How come it's not here?
Jesse, where are you at? That's the real question.
How come you're not here at Super Lap Battle? Jesse S2000's sitting at the shop right now. We're still waiting for Brett Dickey, our Australian driver, to get out of Australia, but we just have been really busy at the shop paying bills and doing work. I haven't had time to really update the S2000 like we would want to. Just doing a couple personnel changes, shop-wise and event-wise, so I haven't had time to do that, but the car's still ready to go, so it makes a ton of power and shifts amazing, so We're looking to update the aero package a little bit, change the livery up a little bit, add a little bit more power, and so we'll be back. But I'd like to throw out to
Undefined on Twitch. The Golf R's number is number 777.
777. Luthi. Nice to be John Bassett having a little bit of trouble getting some speed through the corner. He said there's a little bit of trouble turning the car due to their power steering issues. I just basically said it takes a lot of forearm, so muscle through that thing, maybe do some push-ups, get out there and start muscling that car around. There's a Nesta, that gorgeous 370Z. So who do you guys think is going to be fast in F1 this year? Who's got the championship already locked up? Is your Mercedes going to come back and take it? Or who's going to have a fast package? Who's going to take it in IMSA this year?
Or will Cody Gonzalez in his Honda S2000 have something to show for Joshua Garcia before this session ends?
Yeah, it looks like Joshua Garcia barely nipped him. Oh, he got him by a full second, looks like.
There's a lot of people on YouTube that likes F20Cs, but they're not here with their F20Cs.
Yeah, shout out to the S2000 fan. Twitch is going crazy right now. I hope everyone's checking out these first sessions of the day, because this is where a lot of the action is going to go down. For those Group 1 guys, those Group 2 guys. Phil on YouTube wondering what powertrain's in that 370. That 370 is 3.7 liter. 3.7 liter, but if you actually look to the side, these got a nice, super nice exhaust coming out the side. And when it's kind of darker like it is today, a little bit overcast, you might see some flames coming out the braking zone.
Hey, what's up, Dom? Where are you hiding?
We're waiting for you at breakfast, brother.
Hey, Dom, you're going to deliver us lunch today?
We're looking for that amazing pasta you guys found.
We're looking for some position advance meals.
Position advanced sponsored meals.
Position advance prepped meals.
Looks like we got Group 3 already lining up.
With all this F20C talk, I think all these guys need to be back at Super Lap Battle 2023 with their F20Cs. If you guys promise to show up, I'll bring mine. There is one Z4 out here competing this weekend.
Yeah, I had a couple questions on this 370Z right here. Yeah, I believe it's a 3.7 liter HR motor. Be curious to know what's in the drivetrain. Completely like that as far as when it comes to mods. Maybe we can get down there. We're having a pit walk. Right? See, oh, did you see that? Right when you downshifted going into the corner, you can that 370Z shoots flames out the side. So really nice, cool to see. If you guys have never seen, kind of when it's kind of under or overcast right now, or when it's dark outside, that's when race cars look the best. When they're spitting flames and you can really see those brakes heat up. But you can check out that exhaust right down that side skirt. It's just amazing. When it blows by us, it sounds amazing, that 370Z. Nerd Builder, which Mercedes you talking about? We've got a couple AMGs here. One full race car and one street car. And if you're talking about the race car, see, there's the AMG street car right there on hanging out in the pit. I think he's out in Group 3 right now, just about to come out. But as far as the race car, we were looking around for them ourselves this morning, and we gave up because it's too cold out there. So I think they're out there in the paddock area. We could find them in the garage, but I know they're still here. If you guys want us to start quoting Fast and Furious quotes, because we could go all day. 190Es. I don't see any 190Es out there. I don't know if they can make it up the hill.
I think Eric on YouTube wants us to talk about Subarus.
Well, good amount of Subarus here. It's really full grid of Subarus almost.
And apparently Micah thinks F20Cs are crap.
Well, Micah, name me another engine that can make more than 100 horsepower per liter. If you can name me 3, you get a prize. There's
Devin with a Subaru. Yeah, so the checker flag's out for Group 4. Group 3 is going to begin in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I saw Jackie this morning, and his hair is real humongous hair this morning, which is awesome. So Jackie's looking to go fast this morning. He's looking to pick up another couple seconds, but Sandy Cheeks, B18C1. You didn't have to throw a B series in there. Here we go.
So on Twitch, somebody asked, if F20Cs are so god, why do people swap K24s in them?
Well, Honda's Honda, right?
Well, I'll tell you why. It's a lot easier to get your hands on a K series than it is on an F20 these days.
Yeah, F20s are pretty golden. If it's not in an S2000, good luck finding one.
If anyone's got an extra set of F20 cylinder heads, I'll take them all off of you.
Yeah, we'll pick them all up because Lord knows Kevin could use a 1 or 2. So it looks like Hannah Burton out there in front, looking to get a hot time in. She looks like she was fastest yesterday in this particular group.
We got Hannah in the front. We got Devin right behind her.
It's 2 ladies up front, boys.
Come on, boys.
What's going on here?
The girls are showing up the boys in this class or in this run group right now.
Looks like Jake Graham and that WRX, that beautiful red WRX.
Devin's going to go a lot faster, I project.
Is a Ferrari better than a Honda? Let's see. It all depends what you... A Ferrari 458, it does make more than 100 horsepower per cylinder, but what about the new C8? The new C8 does. And that's very, very similar to Honda or European engineering when it comes to their engine with a dual overhead cam flat plane V8. But who's excited for the new C8 Z06? Andy, which MRS are you talking about? There's a couple here. And if you have that F20 head, we'd love to have it. Go ahead and send it down to Project Import in Orange, California. So we have Group 3 underway here. These guys getting up to speed or getting up to temperature. Getting their first couple runs in the day. Oh, love to hear it. And for birdie.
Oh, there's Paul back out in the Talon.
So this Talon yesterday, if you guys haven't been following, if YouTube or anybody out there has ever heard of an Eagle Talon, please chime in. But these guys had actually busted a differential, a front differential or transfer case, if you will. And they have a nice aftermarket piece, and they literally snapped it in half. The axle came apart, and it snapped it in half. And I had right after we were done with our broadcast here, I actually just bumped into them rolling through the paddock, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Well, the complete axle kind of came apart and kind of ripped off that front transfer case." So they were back there doing some surgery back there last night, and funny enough, they had the factory manual out there, and they were looking at torque specs, and it was just amazing. I don't know if that's a factory Eagle manual, but I'm like, maybe it was an Eclipse manual, but I'm like, where did you find an Eagle Talon service manual?
A lot of these guys, this is the first race of the season for them, so they didn't really get to put a lot of testing and shaking down the cars. So yesterday, or if they had an opportunity to practice on Friday, was their basically first opportunity to test the car. Paul's probably in that situation, so hopefully they got things sorted out yesterday, and they're gonna be out to set some stupid fast laps today.
Just had a birdie coming into turn 1 on our first hot lap of the day.
There's Bob of PPIR coming down the front straight in his Miata.
Well, Serbit Stang's on here asking if the new Z06 will be a street GT legal car. I'm pretty sure it will be. I think the used car market, or the car market, will drive it up the price. But as far as GT level race car, I don't think it'll be GT level race car as far as speed. The new GT3 car that Corvette Racing, Pratt Miller, those guys are cranking out for not next year's season, but I think they will be a 2024 season car, so they can race in GTD here in North America. But I think the Z06 will be really bad.
That's a good one to watch. Bob is putting some pressure on the Porsche ahead of him. And we got 2 BMWs and a Toyota BMW, some people would say.
A ton of supers here this weekend. Just looking amazing. Those cars with the aero upgrades and stuff like that, they just look gorgeous. But I have yet to see a super look bad with aftermarket wheels on it. There's a Super Type Q car.
Driven by Ryan Dussex of Colorado Springs.
Really awesome to see. I love these type of cars. The Cordio R, same kind of deal. These Japanese only cars. This is a right-hand drive car, and the Cordio R is the same like that. It's a right-hand drive car, so it's awesome to see how these cars, which once raced in Japan and campaigned in Japan, have come here to the United States and ended up in private hands and they're raced here.
Like Eric DeWitt is trolling us right now. He doesn't think we know what EJs are. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, I've never built one in my life. EJ207. But here's Devin Hoffman coming down the front straight,
followed by the MRS.
Devin Hoffman right there holding it steady at a 231.7 or 231.1.
The MRS is clocked at 228.940, driven by Henry Brado. Looks like these guys are going to be going faster this morning at the pace they're going out on their first hot lap.
It's like Naziak just showed up on YouTube comments right now. It looks like this Group 3 is really getting a good times in MRS, right? Oh, look like we got some hot action being put on.
That's
Devin
Forrest
Hoffman.
Windecker in the number 71 Toyota Supra with a 228.466.
This Group 3 really cutting the times down.
We got Devin Hoffman ahead with Henry Brotto right behind her in the MRS, and then right behind Henry Brotto is Hannah in the Toyota Supra.
And interesting, Henry's right ahead of Hannah Burton in the timesheets here. Let's see if Devin Hoffman can get a little bit more speed out of this Subaru here. A little bit farther to go to get the top of the timesheets of this particular session. Henry Brotto showing some good speed from yesterday. Put in a 228.9, so barely squeaking into the 228s. Also right there, turn 19. Been hearing a lot from yesterday. A lot of overruns, a lot of four wheels off. So as soon as someone goes four wheel off,
Devin
right
Hoffman with a 228.461 to lead the pack after her second lap.
you ask and you shall receive. She just took 3 seconds off her previous lap time right there. That was a burner of a lap. Devin right up there to the top. It's good to see. We're in a 228.4. Yes, Eric, IAG does make some of the best Super engines around. Devin just got
Forrest
tipped off.
Windecker in the GR Toyota Supra, number 71, just bumped Devin down a position with a 227.058.
Tipper here by almost 4/10 of a second.
Group 3 came out to play this morning.
I think these guys are out there just to get that banker lap in while it's cold.
Let's see if Henry Brotto has anything to say about this.
I think Devin's got another half a second in her. Let's see if she gets it. Looks like she's hitting the apexes really nice.
Devin's car is extremely set up very well. The car's moving really well through the corners, turning really nice, coming in and out really nice.
So maybe her car, the WRX likes the little bit colder temperatures as far as setup goes. Maybe when it's hot, it tends to understand. Let's see what she gets coming down the front straight.
She did not best her time. And neither did Henry. Henry Brotto is going to try to draft Devin around the circuit, down the straights, and maybe pick up half a second to a second to bump her down. is Henry Brado's 1/10. He's got a 10th off. But it does look like Henry's rear bumper is looking a little bit off.
It's a little shaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 1/10 off Devin right there.
Whoa, yeah.
That's what we like to see. Hanging it out. Right there in the last turn. Maybe on the power a little bit awkward, but
Haley Myers putting some pressure on Forrest Windecker. Got him sideways coming out the last turn.
Haley was up early this morning. I saw her out real early, getting ready to go, jumping up and down. And look at that GTR spit some flames out the back. Oh. And she was ready to go this morning, see if she can get a faster lap time. She's down there at 2:34. So this session, this group, really, really close in times. Look at that top three. Top three within a 1/10 of a second. Amazing.
Ryan Dussex probably ran out of gas, so his 2:28.744 is going to probably end his session 1.
Yeah, that Super Tight Q car has a really small fuel cell in it, so they do about 2 laps, and that's about all they got.
Let's see if Forrest Windecker has another shot at breaking the 2:27 barrier this session.
Well, he was trying hard that last lap. Really pushing all he's got. See what Devin's got right here. Has she improved? Have not improved over that 228.0. Looks like she's about done.
Henry Brado's bumper's about to fall off, it looks like.
Hopefully he doesn't get black flagged. It looks like that bumper's gone up there and hopefully not melting away from the exhaust. But that bumper must be almost about to the part or point to falling off. Here going through those S's. Hopefully he doesn't get black flag or meatballed. Let's see.
Ooh, going sideways. That looked like it was Hannah going sideways.
That actually issue came up in the driver's meeting this morning. Let's see if YouTube knows what a meatball flag is. Question on YouTube: how do you guys feel about e-racing? Not just in F1, but my opinion on e-racing and video games is that's the new form of testing. I think it's amazing for driver development, and where else can you get more laps for cheaper than e-racing or in the sim? So pretty much everybody. I know a lot of our drivers here, they hit the sim or something where they can get a little bit more driver practice. Obviously it's not quite exactly the same as being at the track and in the car, but you can replicate a lot of things in the sim. I haven't heard a right answer on the meatball flag yet from YouTube. Oh, there we go. Meatball flag is they have a car issue.
Henry Brado's really trying to break into the 227s with the right side of his bumper hanging off.
There's Hannah Burton. She's right there holding steady at a 229.6.
Oh, pulling back in.
Hopefully that bumper hasn't caught fire yet. I mean, that plastic or fiberglass rear bumper. Could easily catch fire if it's kind of being caught on that exhaust right back there. His first Porsche out this morning.
That's Tony D in a 911S or 991S.
Gorgeous 991. Here's Devin in. Looks like she's done for this session. Maybe they're going to check the tire temperatures.
There's Michael Kojima with the tire probe.
There with a barometer. Get her tire temperature, see if it's good across the board or outer edges right there. Getting that tire temperature inner, or outer, inner, and middle, and see if we're using all of the tire there.
Does anyone know who Mike Kojima is?
See, is formerly E dead right here on YouTube. I wouldn't say it is. I know a lot of professional drivers are coming in and out of there. The racing is great in formerly, if you've ever watched the racing there, but I don't know if it's very appealing. I personally, I think it's great racing, but I don't know if it appeals to me, because if you can't hear and smell a race car, I mean, it's a little on the boring side to me, but racing's amazing.
Gregory Formosa is still out there trying to best his time.
Audi and Porsche are, I believe, pulling out of Formula E, but they've also showed interest in new hypercars. I know Porsche's been testing a new hypercar, or GTP, which has been changed for North America. So I think Audi and Porsche will be throwing their hat in there and get back into prototype racing, which is amazing to see. Hopefully at Le Mans maybe next year. I know Porsche's not going to debut their stuff until next year, as far as North America and in Europe, but a lot of drivers already been named factory Porsche drivers for the following year.
So the checkered flag is out for Group 3. Group 2 is going to be out shortly.
So Forrest at the top of the time sheets at 227, and Devin right in there with a 228. So good to see, amazing to see her up there fast, quick, early in the morning. Well, electric racing has come a long way right here on YouTube, but also here at Global Time Attack Super Lap Battle, we have 2 electric cars racing here today. Turn 14 with their Tesla, and also we have another Tesla Plaid here. So
from Dussault Designs, Mike Dussault brought his Plaid out to compete.
So it's not dead, and those cars are to me very interesting as far as engineering goes, and how those particular teams make them fast. I know the Plaid is fast right out of the box, but key thing on those cars is they weigh a lot. When it comes to race cars, weight is the enemy. So you have those big battery packs. It's a heavy car. So if someone can get around the racetrack with some ease, but it's tough to control a heavy race car when it weighs, or a race car when it weighs 4,000 pounds. It's tough to get it stopped and turned and do the things you like to do in a race car. So here we have Group 3, or
Group 2,
just finishing up and getting off the track, and Group 2 lining up here.
We have Alex Moss in the green Honda S2000, Lawrence Yoon in the Porsche 911 GT3, the nice orange colored one.
See, these 2 cars compared to an electric car, that S2000 probably weighs about 2,500 pounds, maybe that Porsche about 28 to 3,000 pounds, compared to an electric car that might weigh 4,000 to 4,500 pounds.
In grid, on the third car in grid, is Will Hardiman with the Mercedes AMG GTR out of Mercedes of Austin, or Subaru of Austin. And then we have Robert Robles in the Toyota Supra. I believe that's the RSR Toyota Supra.
So here's your results for Group 3, first session of the day. Forrest Windecker up there at the top at a 227, a Devin Hoffman at a 228, and also Henry Brodel in that MRS at a 228.1.
So Group 2 is going out right now. This should be a pretty fast group. They should have had a lot of data collected yesterday and things sorted out. So we should be seeing these guys put down some fast times. I expect Alex Moss to improve his time in the Honda S2000, K-powered Honda S2000.
So this is the second fastest run group of the sessions of the event. So not too many people have lined up here, but I know there's a couple of the bigger teams that are in Group 2 electing to kind of hang back a little bit. I know Ravi Tomlinson and the Honda NSX, they were having some clutch troubles yesterday. They had a little bit of problem with their pressure plate. A finger had broke off on it. It's a new K20 in there, so they were having trouble finding a replacement pressure plate for that. I know they had got it back together, but they might save it for one more session.
So the groups they're not grouped in classes, they're grouped in time index. So based on their the lap times they've achieved throughout the weekend determines what group they're positioned in. So a lot of questions, a lot of people are asking questions like when's the limited class running, when's the street class running. We don't run it based on class, we run it based on time index, and that gives the drivers the opportunity to have a clear shot at putting down a perfect lap.
Looks like Group 2 is getting warmed up here, coming around on the recount lap, warm up those tires. And the best way to warm up those tires is actually get real hard on the brakes, not to the point where you're locking them up, but using the brakes to heat up those tires and transfer through the rims, and will heat up those tires a little bit faster than going side to side. So you see a lot of guys moving side to side and also holding their brake pedal in there, so using that friction in the brake system to transfer to the tires and warm up those tires to optimal temperature.
Here's Alex Moss coming down the front straight. We can hear the Honda K-Series screaming as he makes his way down.
And this S2000 is really hooked up. Makes me want to get out there and drive one. That car goes over the front, or the first corner straight, or bump right there. The first corner has a little bit of a nasty dip in it. So when you go over that apex on the first turn, kind of upsets the car. Alex's car looks pretty good over there.
Let's see if we could follow Alex Moss around on his first hot lap.
He should be getting right out of the S's right about now. Let's see where we can find him. There's Cal Fortner in that beautiful AMG. He was throwing some fast times down yesterday. Here's Alex Moss.
There he is.
Beautiful rims in that car. Aero really hooked up.
Alex Moss is still missing a left end plate, but who cares? He's still going to go fast.
Hopefully, maybe one of the spectators went home with a nice souvenir, but he's coming down the back straight, in hard, deep into that braking zone. He's going to turn in right here. Hit that apex. Really nice job hitting that apex. There's a little bit of slide right there. Coming in the next right-hander right here. Putting the power down. Not fading out too far. We want to trace a nice clean line through there. Don't get too far off.
Alex is looking really good out there right now.
A little bit, having a little bit of trouble putting that power down though. Looks like sliding the car a little bit. Hopefully not taking up too much time. Let's see what he comes out to right here. Coming up to almost turn 19. He's going to come through on this left-hander. And that's where a lot of guys have pushing out wide, taking the longer, straighter line through there. And here, see if he puts down the power here, come on the front straight. Looking pretty good. And he just roared past us, so his time is.
And Alex Moss just clocked a 2:25.60 on his first hot lap this morning.
2:25.0, that's an amazing time.
Followed by Lawrence Yoon with a 2:23.587.
And that's amazing to see because that S2000 over that Porsche by almost 3 seconds.
Robert Robles in the RSR Toyota Supra with a 2:21.991. And Will Hardiman with the Mercedes AMG GTS with a 2:29.731 to start his morning. Cal Fortner with the Mercedes AMG with a 2:24.598. Looks like Austin Shipley's up there with a 2:23.284 on his first hot lap in his Toyota Supra.
Yeah, Austin Shipley's has the Supra. It's a double Supra. So he's up there holding down in third of the session. Let's see if someone can get up there and take down Alex Moss with that 2:20.5.
That RSR Supra looks really good.
You know, for that car, for me, it's the high vis. High vis always makes it better.
Here comes Will Hardiman down the back.
It's an amazing shot from top, right here at the top of the tower right here.
We got Alex coming around the tower. Can't miss his car from anywhere. That bright green S2000 reminds me of Tom Tang's S2000. Oh.
Slight lockup going into the corner right there. Maybe that Bosch braking system in that Mercedes is not liking that too much.
Alex Moss didn't invest his 2:25.60 on his second lap.
Yeah, it looks like having a little bit of trouble. Kind of getting out of it right there.
Looks like Will got ABS to work up and he slowed down his pace.
Mr. Robles going through turn 1. Still holding down second place. How about a second? Whoa.
Ooh.
Another overrun. Let's see if he holds up Cal right here. Looks like he's back on it.
It's very cool to see Mercedes out here, guys with Mercedes. Not too often we see guys out here competing in time attack with Mercedes.
Those Mercedes are pretty factory cars, so they're factory weight as far as Cal's concerned, but pretty much factory aero. But what makes those cars good is the electronics that really help them get through the corner and in the braking zone.
What's up, Adam Jabay?
Yeah, Thomas Smith does have an H pattern in that Subaru STI of his. He should be coming out this next Hopefully, we were expecting him in this session, but he might have bumped up to Group 1. It's a cow blown by him right there. Blown by Will Hardeman in that AMG. We'll have a little bit of trouble here. It looks like Cal's pretty hooked up.
Oh, there's Mike Dussault in the Tesla Plaid. Looks like he's got his brakes sorted out.
Well, yesterday that car was having some brake troubles, and that's my idea. That's all down to the weight of the car.
So Mike's best time was a 2:26 yesterday, and on his first session today, he's clocked a 2:25.801. His goal is to be the fastest electric car here at COTA, but currently Dai Yoshihara in the Turn 14 Evasive Motorsports Tesla clocked a 2:24. So Mike's got some work to do today.
You saw Alex Moss pulling into the pit lane or into the paddock. Looks like he's done for this session, but did pretty well. He got a 2:20.5. So at the top of the time sheets for this particular run group. There's Mr. Robles. There's Toyota Supra. Checking a little bit of tire pressure here.
The RSR crew logging some data, getting some information on the tires.
A lot of air out of that front right there. Just making sure you get an accurate reading there. And they're probably on the radio asking the driver if everything feels good, everything feels all right as far as tire pressure goes. The S2000 is missing a rear end plate. Has been missing it since yesterday. Unfortunately, no Project Import S2000 this weekend. If you missed us at on the streets of Long Beach, we were there on the streets of Long Beach. But right now we're doing the live stream. We're paying bills right now, so you guys get to hear our lovely voices. But we will be back with the Project Import S2000. If you'd like to come check it out in person, it's at the shop in Orange, California. But currently, right now, it has the F20C in it. 2-liter motor in it. There's Honda Civic down the back straight. Amazing on that back straight.
That's Nicholas Kors in the FA5 Honda Civic. There's a huge FA5 community in the time attack world, and I know they love seeing Nicholas Kors out there.
Is it Kors or Coors?
I have
Kors.
No idea. Kors beer.
Kors, Coors.
I think everybody in the world's wondering where Ken Soon is.
Yeah, we're wondering too. Ken, if you're out there, if you're watching, come on down the shop.
Yeah, I think everybody wants Big Red out there, Ken.
I think we've been waiting the better part of 12 years.
2028 is too far away, Ken Soon. So we're 10 minutes out from Group 2 finishing. And Group 1 is going to be very exciting, guys. So I know everybody's probably sitting here waiting patiently for Group 1 to come out because all the record breakers are going to be in that group.
Scott, yeah, we were talking about our shop Project Import S2000 a little bit. But this show's about the guys here, but the S2000 will be back this year in some capacity.
Yes, Sherry, we need Big Red out here. What do you think?
Hey, Sherry, I didn't see too much of you this weekend, but see, that's the car we were looking for this morning.
So this morning, Kevin and I, before the track got hot, we took the golf cart around to look for this GT3 Mercedes. We wanted to get an up-close personal look at it. and we wanted to tell the owner to remove the restrictors and send it. We'd love to really see what this car can do at full potential.
Yeah, these cars from Mercedes, they're made to GT3 specifications. So if you look underneath it, you won't really see it right there in that duct, but if you pop the hood on these cars, they're actually restricted to sonic restrictor. So the air is basically the engine's breathing through a straw, and they're restricted to about 550 to 600 horsepower on these cars per the GT3 regulations. So, and they do that for BOP, balance of performance with the other manufacturers. So the cars perform the same. And here at Time Attack, we don't want the cars to perform the same. We want them to go as fast as they can. So hopefully we can get down to that team or get word out to them is, hey, take those sonic restrictors out of there and put a nice tune in and crank that thing up. But looks like the car show guys, they're all out there shining it up this morning. And when we got in, they were the parking lot was empty, and looks like everyone just happened to show up. Who's ready to take that Fox Body Mustang out here?
So Cohen Mancata on YouTube said, I thought you needed a VIN for GTA. So the GT3 car doesn't run in a traditional Time Attack class. It runs in a Pro Comp class, which basically allows anything. Pro Comp is a class that was created specifically for cars that don't fit in the rule set that would make a good, showcase for Time Attack fans to see. And I mean, who doesn't want to see a Mercedes AMG GT3 car show up at a Time Attack event, right? Like, I think we all want to see something like that. You got to see it in person. It's such a beautiful car.
What I want to see is that GT3 competing as far as lap times with, let's say, Amir that was just on screen right there. Amir and his Acura NSX. That car is quite possibly almost 20 years old, and as far as chassis goes, even older than that. Or Ferris right there, that's rolling by, or Jackie Ding right here. Those guys are doing similar times right now in that GT3 AMG, and these cars are a little bit less underdeveloped. The Time Attack cars are compared to that AMG GT3 car as far as time and also money. That GT3 car is probably about $1 million, so they have a lot of time and engineering power behind it. So I'd like to see those guys turn it up a little bit and see what fast times they can get out of here. It's good to see Ferris Kwartumi cranking up the C6 Z06 out there. We just talked to Forrest right before we came up here into the booth, and he was having a little bit of trouble yesterday. I know I talked to him for a long time right after we left, but he's out front, but he's having some splitter issues. His splitter his ride height is a little low. He put some packers in the springs and some changed the bump stops on it. So when he's at full kind of speed, that car doesn't press as much, and that splitter doesn't touch the ground and vibrate all over the place. And that's the biggest thing. It's kind of like driving in a wash machine, and he's like bouncing around all over the place. He said it's like trying to drive and someone's shaking you. The car is shaking kind of, he said, pretty violently. So hopefully he got that sorted out from yesterday. But if you saw the live stream yesterday, his car scraping the ground pretty good, and that's not what you want. You don't want that splitter scraping the ground and disrupting your airflow, and also maybe possibly disrupting your suspension or unsettling the car, and it's a bad situation to be in if you unsettle the car. He said he had a understeer situation going through the S's. And most of the time on a super high downforce car like his is, you're not really correcting, you're just managing what happens.
Yeah, so if you watched yesterday's live stream, you'll notice when Ferris was doing his hot lap, even though it was a record-setting hot lap, he was vibrating down that front straight, down the back straight. The splitter was basically, you know, popping off the ground. And in-car video showed it was like Kevin was saying, like a washing machine, and he was still able to reset the record. And he knows there's more time on the table, but if we can't get that sorted out, then he said that he's probably not going to break the 2-minute barrier. The potential is there definitely for the car, as long as those problems are sorted out. And overnight, his team's made a lot of effort to try to address the issue. So let's see how he does on this first session.
$1 million price tag on that GT3 is not representative of just the actual price of the car. You also have to think about sets of tires, crew, transport to get it to here, fuel, everything. Everything goes into that program is cost.
This is going to be a good one to watch.
Yep, looks like Amir's coming out. You can see Thomas Smith in fourth. So that street battle is gonna hopefully go down here in a second. Just walked by Thomas Smith too down this morning. He said he needs a 218. Is it 218? He said yes. So hopefully he gets it right here. Jackie and Amir have already gone out, so hopefully, and then fourth looks like fourth Ferris, no mistake. Ferris is already out there getting his warm-up lap in. He should hopefully be coming around the back straight already. Guys going back and forth, getting hard on the brakes and heating up those tires. It's still really cold out here this morning. Let's see if we can catch Ferris coming down the back straight, maybe coming on the front straight road pretty soon. I know he likes to take his warm-up laps pretty quick. He probably takes about 80% to really warm up the car. Everyone's out here for this full session, full Group 1 session. To see Motorworks Magazine up this morning on YouTube. That's pretty early. Here's Ferris right here coming through turn 19 up into the front straight. So he's hitting it pretty hard right here. See what he's got. We're going to see what Forrest's first lap here. I know this is going to be his hot one. Just looks like he's having a little bit better time on the splitter, but still rubbing the ground. Into that quick dry. Yes, this car just looks so planted and fast through here. That arrow really doing a trick. Coming around this corner right here. Look how planted his car is. It's basically going through here. Good speed through there. I think this car has a little bit of trouble coming through the slow speed stuff, but anything high speed with high downforce will really excel. Hard braking. Looks like his spiller isn't hitting the ground as much as yesterday.
His car looks a lot better today.
Maybe we can get a 202 out of this one. Down the back straight. Coming up to almost the end of the straight here, and this splitter's not. It kind of is a little bit. Oh,
there goes broke off an end plate.
There goes a big piece of that end plate. coming in fast through there too, the slow speed stuff. Super low ride height. When you have that much downforce, there's only, you want to be low, but you don't want to be too low to where the splitter hits the ground. But as low as possible is better.
We spoke to Ferris this morning, and he added some more bump stops to correct the issue, so we could see it improved a lot. The car's improved a lot, but still.
Through 18 and 19. Coming on the front straight. Let's see what he's got.
Let's see what he's got.
Last corner. Let's see what he's got. 204.5. So still not better than yesterday.
Still not better than yesterday, but still extremely fast. William Al Young with a 2:05.789. About 4 seconds faster than he did yesterday.
Oh, how did I know Will was going to bring that out right now? I knew. I saw those guys firing up the tire warmers, but that's about 4 seconds faster than he was yesterday.
So William Al Young's 2:05.789 is faster than last year's record.
Looks like they probably turned up the Amir at a 218. Still warming things up here.
Jackie Ding with the 2:15.040.
I knew Jackie Ding with 215 early this morning. Hopefully Amir can get that a little bit faster time. I know he's probably still warming up the car.
And Mark Austin with the 2:12.962. Andy Hollis with a 2:16.302.
Looks like Forrest is out of the car. Normally he's only good for one or two laps. He likes to shut it down. This is how he rolls.
So it looks like the unlimited class competition is going to be pretty wild today. You know, Will went a 2:09 yesterday, and today looks like he's wound it up and he's done a 2:05.789.
I knew those guys were saving it for today, saving it for Sunday. It's for them to take 4 seconds out of their fast time. Looks like a mere slow right back on the back straight. Maybe he's figured something out there. Looks like Will's out of it too. Will's out of the gas there. Maybe pulling it down, just getting a good little banker lap, but that's pretty good banker lap at 2:05.7.
Let's see if Jackie Ding can go faster.
See Andy Hollis coming through this right there. There goes that GT3 car, so
Richard Luttrell with a 2:10.632.
looking pretty amazing. You see that tape? It looks like they got some tape up front. Maybe that car running a little cold. They want the heat to get in there, so they're going to tape up those radiators and tape up those coolers so the car gets nice and warmed up through this run here. And maybe they're looking for a little bit extra downforce too up front. Good way to improve a little bit, get a little bit downforce is to put some tape on it. Richard Luttrell and the boys, hopefully they can sneak up in there to the top times, but it looks like they got about 5 seconds to go. Looks like Forrest backing in. There's Richard.
I think Ferris thought he was going to be able to rest for the rest of the day today. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Looks like he's going to have to play ball all day.
They're going to figure out that setup and change a couple things. But for Will to come out here and just take about 4 seconds off his time from yesterday is simply amazing. So hopefully that's, I wonder if that's the 30 PSI boost map in there, to where he got that extra extra power or extra time. So you can see Thomas Smith still sitting there at a 220. Still kind of figuring the car out this morning. It's amazing to see Thomas Smith out there with these unlimited cars and these faster cars. His car is very minimal built, not a whole lot of power, but it's amazing to see he can go out there and put in a Daytona. 219 from yesterday morning.
Richard Luttrell with a 209.651.
Love this 997 here. 997. I believe this is the one with the LS engine in the back.
And that's Mark Austin and Cameron Lawrence, number 11.
Yeah, if you guys are down here, please come check that car out. That Porsche 997 GT3. It has an LS engine in the back.
It looks like Thomas Smith is slowing down his pace right now.
GT3 engine, amazing. Coming up a little bit of traffic here. Yeah, Serpent Stings. That Porsche, I'd have to check if there's an actual physical VIN on that car. Right now, I don't have it listed as a Procom car, but engine swaps are okay in Unlimited.
Yeah, that Porsche is a VIN car, so it's an unlimited class car. There's no restriction in engine swaps in the unlimited class car or class.
Porsche AMG battle here. Porsche Mercedes battle. Could be possibly happening in F1 in the coming years. And rumors of Porsche being linked to Red Bull Racing.
That's a Chevy-powered Porsche.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still a Porsche if it's a Chevy-powered Porsche?
Is it? It's a GM LS engine. Better than a Porsche Flat 6. Well, Serpent Stings, it could be a GT3 Cup. If it's a Cup, that means it's a factory-built race car, but it still can have Cup parts on it. Front bumper, rear wing, all those type of things. Cup brakes, but if it still has a VIN, and that VIN is registered as a regular GT3 and not a GT3 Cup, it still would be in Unlimited.
That's John McGinnis in the number 35.
John McGinnis going really fast this whole weekend too. Be a C8 if the engine was technically over or in front of the rear wheels. The C8 being a midship car right there on countersteer, or that from countersteer media, but I still think of it as a Porsche because the engine is actually still over the rear wheels and not in front of the rear wheels. It being a midship. It's not quite an RSR body. Right there on the Cohen Okada, it's not quite an RSR body. An RSR body is a little bit wider. It's even wider than the GT3 car. But the RSR, that particular 997 is a little bit more refined on the aerodynamics. I can hear it, that GT3 with the LS swap just kind of going right past us right now. It sounds amazing.
And it went a little faster with a 208.767.
That was the GT3. So they just pulled another 2 seconds. Maybe that Mercedes really liking the cold weather right now in this kind of overcast sky. Or maybe that duct tape really did the trick.
Justin, Ferris actually went slower in the straights than he did last year, even though he went faster lap time wise. He was trapping a slower speed, and then the reason why is because the car was vibrating, and he said it was like a washing machine.
But as far as an actual number, we can ask him when we get down there and figure out what a actual number he is on the straightaways, though. Okay, we just got word that Jason's down there in the pit lane, so he's got a couple interviews going on, so we're going to toss it down to Jason and see if we can get talking to everybody down there. What's going down in the paddock right now?
How you doing? This is JD live in the garages here at Super Lap Battle Coda 2022. I'm standing here with Mr. Dai Yoshihara, Make Ya Holla, Spoon Sports fame, evasive fame, drifting legend right here. We're happy to have him. Drifting's actually happening up there in the support paddock with Lone Star Drift. Aaron Losey's here. So what are you doing down here? What's going on?
Today I'm not here for drifting. I'm trying to go attack the time.
I love it, man. We're all about attacking time, so it's great to have you joining us. Driving two cars, very busy. Right behind us, we've got the Turn 14, Evasive Motorsports, NES Oil, Tesla. So electrified is what we're working with this weekend. How's this car treating you? Is this your first time here driving on this circuit?
Yes, this is my first time coming to Kota. And this is first time for this car to be on the Kota as well. But so far it's been great. Only thing is, we can only have like one lap at a time and only 2 try in a day because we have to charge the battery. So it's been hard to learn the track because I only have maybe like 4 laps total. But so far it's been great. It's a really good track.
Yeah, so that's something I wasn't even thinking about. They've got to charge the car. Now, everybody else is getting, which you have the opportunity to take 4 15-minute sessions per day. 4 yesterday, 4 today. Your fastest lap time over the weekend is what you actually go with into the podium, stacking up against everybody else. Because they have to charge it, they're only getting two cracks at it a day, 2 sessions a day. So yeah, that's true, like, super lap battle right there. You don't have much time.
Yeah, but again, all those like fast guys, they only try for one, right? Because the tire and everything, they can last that long anyways. So same thing,
I agree. Now, let's move around over here. What can you tell me about the Spoon sports car here? Now, I know this was originally, it was built for 25-hour, correct? And then obviously you guys did some testing with us over at the kind of original Super Lap Battle over at Buttonwillow that we call Global Time Attack Finals. You guys brought the car out. I'm really stoked that you guys brought the car out again. It's a fan favorite. People love it. How's the car treating working with you out here on the track?
So we haven't really changed the setup. So this came out of 25 hours of Thunderhill. So this is not a time attack ready car, but for the return we can drive all day long, right? But even though only 20-minute session, but we can drive whole session no problem. So it's kind of two opposite.
Major balance, but at least you're getting to learn the track a little bit with this one. Maybe apply some of that with this one.
We have another guy driving this car too. So a guy named Aaron from Spoon Sports. So he's been driving this car the whole time, and then I just jump in here and there. But still, a little bit of track time helps.
Awesome.
for me to land the track for this car. Yeah.
Man, I really want to thank the Turn 14, Evasive, Spoon Sports, and you, Dai, for coming out and joining us here at Super Lap Battle. We really love this event, man, and it's awesome to have you out here.
Thank you, guys. Please follow us and watch the live stream.
Yes.
We'll go faster.
If yes, it's all about going fast. Every second counts.
Yep.
All right. If you guys want to stay with me, why don't we walk over here and say how Amir's doing? He just came off track. Is that cool?
See you guys.
Oh, is it okay?
So we're gonna hand it off over to the GLTC guys as the GTLC race is about to begin.
Right here.
And if you missed the first kind of action right there, it's gonna be some hot action in the second race. Hopefully, James Houghton got that car figured out, but it looks like a catastrophic failure. So we're gonna hand it off to the GTLC guys, and they're gonna take it away.
Enjoy the grid life race, guys.
Hey, we're live. I'm sorry, we're celebrating. I didn't even realize it because I've been doing these interviews, but he just told me he just ran a 2:05 in this front-wheel drive Honda Civic. Vibrant performance. Dude, congratulations. That is major. Mind blown. If you look back, 2:06 was the record last year, which was set by Cole Pallison and Life Motorsports all-wheel drive GTR. Legendary Cole. We're missing him this weekend, but he's up to some big things with Pikes Peak coming up. But we're stoked to have Will here. It's been a couple years since we've seen our Canadian friends from up north. Man, 2:05, dude. You totally caught me off surprise here. Tell me about it.
I know. Quite honestly, it wasn't even a perfect lap. There was a lot of mistakes going on. So the team's working hard. One thing about, obviously the whole time attack scene, Super Lap Battle here is you see, everybody's working on the car. You look at this bay, everybody's literally working on a car, and we are too. And it's just, I don't know, kind of weirdly exciting. But to get that result was just fantastic. The team's working so hard, and to be able to pull a 2:05 just absolutely blows our mind. So we're gonna keep working because we think we got more. We're here to deliver. We're here to battle. We're here to fight. It's Super Lap Battle.
You know it, dude. I absolutely love it, man. This guy's got the best attitude, and now we got a little something brewing. We're gonna have to go find Ferris Khartoumi here in a little bit because he's a 2:03. You got some work to do.
The way, and I, ultimate respect for him. He's the real deal. He was here last night as we were wrenching on our car. He was wrenching on his car, and just have such an appreciation for people like that in our sport, where they physically put in their own effort, and you can see it. And to see him get the fruits of his, fruition is just incredible.
Yeah. And for me, I'm a fan, and as the organizer, it's just awesome. I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy for this guy, and even just for us, for all of us, for Time Attack in North America and around the world, to be at an F1 course like this, and for these guys to be running these numbers, it's special.
Quite honestly, I had talked to you about, which car to bring, the RSX or the Civic, the version 2 of it, and we had to bring the V2. This is the ultimate North American Time Attack event.
Definitely, man. I appreciate it. Take a quick look at the car. Thank you, bro. Love it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you guys for watching. This is JD. I'm signing out.
Welcome back to Austin, Texas, and Circuit of the Americas for the third of 4 races for Grid Life Touring Cup. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Alex Moss for the second to last race of the weekend. Alex, this morning we had a Formula One style standing start, and it was a wild one. There was a lot of turbulence in the paddock after that first race this morning. A couple penalties, a couple disqualifications, but heading into race 3 with a fresh grid, and Jeremy Swenson will sit on pole for this one.
Yeah, that's right. We had a great, exciting race with a lot of action up and down the field, really. And as you mentioned, we've got a couple of penalties coming for contact. We've got a jump start that happened. We found out that we had a few mechanical failures and found out what happened with James's car. So we've got a really jumbled grid for this third race here.
So I believe it is a 4-place grid penalty for Tom O'Gorman. He's going to roll off in 8th after some contact with James Houghton in the number 41. We believe that car is not going to be repaired for this race, so he is unfortunately going to be out until later. Andy Smedegaard disqualified for a jump start, and from what I understand, Alex, it didn't really help him. He kind of jumped it and stopped right as the green flag flew, so it didn't really gain an advantage, but he did cross the line that was in front of him, and that is a disqualification, unfortunately. The 44 and 18 passing under yellow, disqualifications for them as well. But heading into this race now, we're going to get rolling on our pace lap, and it'll be Swenson and Heitkotter leading off the front row. Now, Heitkotter started on pole for the standing start earlier and did not get a very good run up the hill, but that GT Radial, again, that 200 tread wear tire seems to get better the longer the race goes, so maybe Heitkotter's got something for Swenson now that they're not standing from a stop.
It does. Unfortunately for him, though, the first race this morning was not long enough for him to take advantage of how those tires come in. So hopefully, what he will be hoping for is for Jeremy's tires to fade a little bit sooner and for his to come in a little earlier as well.
So cars rolling off now. Update on that blue Civic in the shot there. That was driven by Will Hardiman in the number 79. They had an electrical issue earlier. They've got that sorted out. It will be Chris Uglietta behind the wheel of that car for race number 3. Those drivers working in tandem here this weekend. Another driver we should mention is Jackson Jensen, that 527 that was stopped at the top of turn 1. That car had a rock go right through the radiator, and they think they'll get it repaired for race 4, but that car will not be on track for race number 3, unfortunately. So with all the dramas out of the way, I think we're ready for our third race of the weekend. Hopefully more like race 1, where it was nice and neat and tidy up through the first lap. But there's Swenson, Heitkotter, and how about Paul Casas and Paul Curley, the 2 Corvettes that are 3rd and 4th, the orange and the blue. Those drivers are brand new to GLTC competition here this weekend with G-Speed Corvettes, and both of them doing an absolutely stellar job here.
Yeah, they are. They're doing a great job. Both of them new, as you mentioned. Paul Curley, I know from racing in other series, autocross, that kind of thing. Very well-respected driver, so no surprise to see him up at the front. But what's interesting to me is the first at least 6-7 cars here are all what we would have considered heavier cars in previous years of this championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking down the order, I think the first one that is not of that heavier classification would be Tom O'Gorman in that number 94 ASM with Hawk Performance car. So he's going to start in that black and blue S2000 on the 4th row in 8th. And he's got no teammates around him with the exception of Matt Waldbaum, who will start in 9th right behind him. And Waldbaum, again, this is his first season, first weekend of competition, wheel-to-wheel anywhere, and he's doing an amazing job. I talked to him after the kind of overshot at turn 12, and he's still not quite figured out the brakes yet, haven't quite got them where he wants them, but he did do a really good job giving those spots back that he gained in that big dive up turn 12. It was not intentional, just a mistake there while learning the brakes, so he will roll off in row number 5. Zach Lavoie, another ASM teammate, did a great job. He'll roll off 11th. Other mentions, how about Austin Cobb starting 14th in that Turbo Miata? That is the white hatch Miata that you'll see kind of tucked in the back of the field somewhere. Actually, I don't know if he's on course. I don't see his car in this field, so I think we're down a couple cars. Might be mechanicals there. Toyota Supra leading the field now through turn 15. And now it becomes a drag race up to turn 1. You mentioned the heavier cars, but in a power-to-weight series, these cars are also the most powerful cars in the field. So I think Tomo is going to have some stout competition ahead of him to bring that lighter on its feet S2000 forward through the field.
Yes, and especially with the rewards weight that's been handed out so far. So Jeremy will be heavier than he was in race 2. As will Heitkotter as well.
Yeah, so again, last year in seasons past, rewards weight was done with a standard weight, so it used to be 100 pounds for the leader, then 75, or was it 75, 50, 25 or something like that? Now it's percentage based, easier, and it affects everyone kind of the same. So Swenson should be carrying 4%, 1% from yesterday, and 3% from today. I think Heitkotter is also going to be carrying some. He'll be carrying a couple percent from this morning. That should be 2%. But that extra weight is going to affect that car, especially when we get towards the end of the race. So the pace car is going to peel off now and head down into the pit lane. Within 15 minutes is going to go up on the board here for Grid Life Touring Cup race number 3 at COTA. We have 10 rounds this season. This is round 1 of 10. We've had 2 races so far, 2 to go. This race was gridded by finishing order, and this race will grid race 4 with a random invert of the top third of the field. Packed up and paired up nice and tidy as they head towards the gantry. Rolling start this time, waiting for the green flag. There they go, accelerators down, we're racing here at Circuit of the Americas. Green flag is out, and look at Paul Costas in the orange Corvette with a good run on Swenson. Swenson covers. Look at Curley on the outside in the blue Corvette. Big lockup for Heitkotter. He's going to swing wide. 4 wide through turn 1, and Curley's out wide over the rumble strips.
Yeah, and look at Jensen there getting up into 4th place, battling Curley side by side now.
Wow, look at this mess. Andy Smedegaard starting from the tail after the disqualification in the middle of a hornet's nest there, and Chris Uglietta getting thrown into the fire, watching those cars 3 abreast ahead of him into the S's now. Costas into 2nd in that number 11 Corvette. Couple cars side by side, door to door here, but so far so clean. But that big lockup for Heitkotter. They've been chasing ABS issues in that car for a long time, seem to be affecting them up into turn 1 as well.
Yeah, and look at Swenson there, just building a gap already, doing his best Sebastian Vettel impression of getting pole and then launching off into the distance at the start of the race.
Smedegaard right in the mix here, trying to get by the 44 car of Charles-Andre Billedeux. But down into turn 11, Swenson leads the way. Costas in 2nd. Then Jensen, oh, big dive into turn 11. Can he make that stick? He does in the G-Speed LS Swap Scion FRS. Then it's Curley, Heitkotter, and O'Gorman, who's up to, looks like, is that 7th place now, maybe 6th place, as they head up the back straight with Micaiah Hackbarth in tow. Down the backstretch, look at Hackbarth closing in that green Cayman on O'Gorman. It's going to stay tucked in line. That's the teammates working together there, perhaps not putting O'Gorman at a disadvantage here this early. Look at the dive from Curley on the brakes into turn 11, up the inside of Jensen. Jensen leaves plenty of space. Good racing there, now into 13. Costas doing a phenomenal job, but does he have the ability to run down Swenson, or is it the Viking Performance Corvette out front all day again?
Yeah, just look at that lead that's being built. We can't even see Jeremy on some of these shots where we're looking at 2nd through 8th there. Just a big battle going on behind him, which is really only helping him.
And here comes O'Gorman to the inside of Heitkotter now. 2 pro racers, both with World Challenge backgrounds. Heitkotter, the 2011 GT Academy winner, joined GLTC last year. This was the first event that he ran in that 370Z from Forsberg Racing. But now, door-to-door with an IMSA race winner and Pirelli World Challenge champion. That's the level of racecraft and drivers that we have here in this series. O'Gorman is through and picks up 5th place from Heitkotter.
Yeah, nice move by Tom to get ahead of Heitkotter there.
On the front straight now, the 11, Paul Costas in 2nd place. Heitkotter is gone as they head down. Oh, big crash for Gary Wimble. Big impact at the exit of turn 20. Passenger side into the Armco there. And yellow flags waving at turn number 20.
Yeah, and if you can't get that car moving again, I think we'll have to have a pace car to recover that car.
Was there contact there, or did he just lose it on his own?
I didn't see, but I think he just lost it on his own.
O'Gorman was slowing into the turn 2 as well. Look at this mess. Smedegaard peeling through. There's Wes Case, Colton Wade, all in that gaggle. So O'Gorman might have a problem in that number 94. He was off pace and slowing. You see him off in the runoff there.
Yep, he's off to the side. He must have a problem.
Yeah, so coming to a stop, hopefully going to try to find an escape route off course. Mechanical issue for O'Gorman. Still green at the moment. Local yellow over at turn number 20. And a couple ASM cars duking it out now. Andy Smedegaard and Zach Lavoie nose to tail. Here's Wes Case with a big run up towards turn 10. Into turn 11 now, single file. Look at Upham from a long ways back on the 224 car of Michael Hilo. Lots of space left there. Nice clean racing up onto the backstretch again. Now it's 350Z versus K-powered M3. That's a new engine for Upham this season. Changed over the formula. There's a lot of space in that engine bay, I'll tell you that. When the hood opened, there's a lot of empty area underneath the hood of that long-nosed M3. Colton Wade side by side with the 44. And now into turn 12. Lavoie under pressure from Wes Case in the 767.
Yeah, and as they're now coming through 12 and through the stadium section, they're just about 4 or 5 turns away from where we saw that Miata hit the barrier. So hopefully that car is back out of the way and we're not going to see...
Full course yellow. We got a full course yellow there, Alex, so that will slow the field. So the procedure here is we're going to single file out, and we're going to hopefully get Gary's car off course, and then we should be able to get a restart in here. But with the long laps here, that's not always a possibility.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that car just right through the pit wall. There's gaps in the pit wall that they can move cars through, so if they can pull it through there, it should be a relatively quick recovery for them.
Yep, you can already see a truck being dispatched there, and I think they'll also take this opportunity to try to go get Tom O'Gorman if that car is stranded. Whoa, what is going on here? Smedegaard turned around at the carousel here. the exit of turn 19, and another slow car. Is that Upham? So maybe some confusion when the full course yellow came out, perhaps in a stack up involved there.
Yeah, hopefully no contact involved between cars.
Yeah, it is on the drivers. It is fully expected that they are paying attention to the flags around the course. And when the full course yellow comes out, that means you slow down. And you can see here, there's still more
like
stack ups.
Upham's had some contact as he pulls into the pits. That car didn't, I couldn't see any specific damage, but it did not look right. And Andy's pulled in as well.
So contact between those two. As we have a full course yellow here at COTA, race number 3 for GLTC. Don't see any visible damage on that car, but he definitely had been turned around. So Wimble's car disabled here at turn number 20. Get you an update when you can. But Jeremy Swenson leads after, looks like 2 full laps complete here at Circuit of the Americas Race 3 for Grid Life Touring Cup. So it's Swenson, Costas, Jensen, Curley, Heitkotter, Hackbarth, Waldbaum, and then Hurdle, Hilo, and West Case, the rest of your top 10 here from COTA.
It looked like we had a recovery vehicle on track down at turn 12 as well. I'm not sure what that was for. That's not where Tom was, and obviously not where the disabled Miata was either.
So stringing single file, we are down a significant number of cars in this race from various incidents here, but now stringing through the S's, and hopefully we can get Wimble's car on the hook and towed back. But a slower start to this one because of the full course caution. Swenson out front. We are 6.5 minutes, make that 7 minutes into this race. We race for approximately 15. So we'd expect if we were to get at least 2 more pace laps, then we would probably end under yellow. Of course, if at all possible, Renee Hines will try to get this field cleaned up and turned loose for at least a lap or 2 to end this thing out.
Yeah, obviously we want to see these cars racing, not just following the safety car around or the pace car around. But we have to make sure the track's clear and all obstacles are clear as well. Looks like they're having some trouble hooking up to that car or finding where to hook up to that car, which is unfortunate.
Well, I think the front bumper cover probably sort of in the way, so they're going to have to flatbed it. So we'll keep you updated on this process, but just updating on the weekend so far, I think Jeremy Swenson has had the most success of anybody, so the consistency so far with that second and the first and now running in first. So the Viking Performance Corvette picking right up where it left off. There's Gorman down at turn number 11, rather.
Yep.
So he's going to pull off there and try to find a way back to the paddock.
Yeah, he's got that car clear of the track, so that's good news.
And now with field rolling behind the pace car here, if they can get this car flatbedded within the next lap, we stand a chance of getting, I think, at least 1 green flag lap to finish this thing out. But going back to the end of last season and back at Road America, our season finale, the championship came down to Eric Cattell in the 1992 Honda Civic Si from Hybrid Racing and the Viking Performance Corvette of Jeremy Swenson. Those two were locked in a very fierce battle, but the best part about GLTC, Alex, is even locked in that fierce battle they had all season long, they still had respect for each other off the racetrack, and that's what everyone should strive for in GLTC, and I think that culture is part of why GLTC is different. There are plenty of racing series around the country where incidents and crashes and that sort of thing would be chaos, and in GLTC, controlling the energy is something that Adam Jabay, the co-founder of Grid Life, is extremely passionate about. And I think when we get this all cleaned up, I think we'll all be handshakes at the end of the day. At least we hope that's the case. But definitely so far, it's been a bit of a wild one.
Yeah, absolutely, we'd hope for that. And I feel bad for Jeremy to a certain extent because as the season came down to the last race at Road America, as you said, and Eric crashed, which was no fault of Jeremy's that Eric crashed the car. And it really took the shine, I think, off Jeremy's championship. And I think Jeremy suffered not being able to celebrate as he would like to.
So if they got that car flatbedded already, the pace car's returning to the racetrack. Looked like they were almost going to turn them loose.
I think they wanted the field to follow through the pit lane because of this stoppage here.
Yeah, so they're just going to this is just track blocked at this point.
So that was a bit of a mistake by Jeremy there. He should have, the lights were still on the pace car. He should have followed that pace car through the pit lane.
There was a hand out the window to head down the pit lane, and that Swenson did not see that hand signal. And that, again, the leader should know that the lights are on in the pace car. When it returns to pit lane, you follow the pace car. You do not leave the pace car and stay on the racetrack. So that's a mistake by Jeremy there.
Yeah, but it looks like they're going to make it through there, unfortunately, with that track blockage. It's a little more clumsy than we perhaps would have liked.
Yep. And again, I think this is all, as a driver, you get a little tunnel vision at times, and you're focused on the task at hand. But especially with these recovery vehicles, you want to leave plenty of room for the safety crews to get their work done, and they have done that. And it looks like there's no white, so we should. If this car gets pulled off the track by the time we come around, we might get one more, Alex, and I think we should turn them back green. But I don't think Renee Hines is going to be very happy with what happened there, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of incentive to turn him loose again after that. But we'll see what she does.
Yeah. Obviously, we'd like to see a lap of racing if we can get it, but ultimately it's up to Renee and the race director, who will do what's best for everybody on the track, safety crew and racers alike.
So Austin Cobb is there in that number 136. We mentioned him on the grid earlier. He was supposed to start 14th, but I think he ended up rolling off from the pit lane. And I wanted to mention Austin because this is his second weekend in GLTC, and he's running a car that wasn't fully prepped back at Road America, and I think it's getting closer, and I think he's really excited, and he's got the right attitude and the right energy for GLTC. And I've just been enjoying watching him have fun in this field, even in a car that's kind of running mid to the back of the pack. And one of the best things about GLTC is that you can focus on battles all over the place, but that damage is significant, unfortunately, for Gary Wimble, and it looks like that car will be done for the weekend.
Yeah, we haven't, or I didn't get a good look at it when that happened, but I don't think it was any contact that caused it. There's some big rumble strips on the outside of turn 20 there. My guess is that he hit those and lost the car to the inside of the track then. Yeah, again, the curbing can be very slippery in the rain, but I don't think the grip difference in the dry would be enough to send that car sideways. I think you're right. Maybe those yellow kind of anti-cut curbings on the outside could have contributed to that. Also can't rule out parts failure. Maybe he hit one of those curbs and broke a suspension part as well. It certainly could have. I actually hit one of those curbs in one of my time attack sessions, and immediately my steering was about an eighth of a turn to the right for the rest of the session. So that could certainly throw you off as well. So we'll get an update for you for race 4 on Gary Wimble, and an update on how he's doing as soon as we can. Rolling through turn 11, though, and 12 minutes complete here in this race. Again, we race for about 15, so depending on the pace of this lap, we may or may not get one more. And looking down the field in the order here. We'll roll through the order for you once again. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, Swenson, Costas, Jensen, Curley, Heitkotter, Hackbarth, Waldbaum, Hurdle, Hilo, and Case. The new drivers, the rookies coming into this weekend of this group, not necessarily rookies in wheel-to-wheel in general, but rookies to our series, Paul Costas, Paul Curley, and Matt Waldbaum, as well as Michael Hilo. So 4 of the top 10 are brand new to the series here this weekend, and that just goes to show the teams and drivers that showed up prepared. They're right in the mix. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the first thing you have to do is get to the end of the race, right? And there's a lot that goes into building these cars. Even, they're relatively simple club race cars, but there's still a lot that goes into them to get the safety equipment in, to make sure that the engines are all working as it should. And then when something does go wrong, does it fail in a way that allows you to keep running to the end of the race? So heading through the stadium section now and coming back around to the carousel, and we should get a look and see if we'll get that final lap that we were hoping for, at least one green flag lap to finish this thing out. On the schedule, this race should have started at 10:05, or at least we should have rolled off at 10:05, so I think we're going to have time for one more, but up to the race director to make that decision. And thankfully, we have a little bit of flexibility. Most racing series are pretty much hard stop. Basically, 15 minutes is 15 minutes, 45 minutes is 45 minutes. We get a little bit of leeway here in GLTC, so we can make that call on the fly if needed as we head through the carousel now. Curious if Paul Costas can maybe launch an attack on Swenson. These cars are similar. I think Swenson's car might be a little bit more decked out with a bit more aero on it, but not by much. It's got a spoiler versus the wing that he normally runs. Yep, but don't forget about Jeremy's weight penalty that he has, or rewards penalty, we should say. And it looks like we are going to get one more lap here, which is great news. This time the pace car pulls off, and this time we're going to go back green. Green flag back in the air, racing once again from Circuit of the Americas. And Paul Costas, a fantastic jump on Swenson. Drag races up the hill towards turn 1. Corvettes side by side. Yeah, I think you're seeing that rewards weight hurt Jeremy here. And that's a real shame, because he built a nice lead when the incidents happened and the safety car came out. Lots of space left in turn 1 there, so Costas takes the lead here as we head down the hill. Did not see a white flag, by the way, so we have at least 2 to go. Swenson second, Jensen third now. That's Curley and Heitkotter that are side by side for 4th place behind. This is going to be a tense moment as we go into the S's door to door. Can they do this side by side, Alex? great driving by both of them there. So Highcutter, and who's been around for at least a couple of years now, and Paul Curley there, lots of respect and coming out clean.
Now heading through turn 8 and up towards, or turn 7 and up to turn 8 now. Swenson under fire from Jensen, who takes a very shallow line into the right-hander up the hill. And I think Costas is losing some ground to Swenson here as they come up to turn 10, so this is far from over. The launch, certainly Swenson is hurt, but is he hurt elsewhere?
Jeremy, I mean, you don't want weight ever, right? Weight is the enemy of braking, turning, and acceleration, so the weight's going to hurt him everywhere. But Jeremy's an experienced driver. He's been at this a long time, and he's dealt with that rewards weight before.
Up onto the back straight now. The top 5, top 6 are line astern and nose to tail. It's Costas and Swenson that have a slight advantage, but behind them it's Jensen, Highcutter, and Paul Curley. Curley has a run on Highcutter, but staying in line for now. 3, 4, and 5. Here comes Highcutter out to the inside, getting out of Jensen's mirrors, a little far back for a move. Look at Hackbarth on the brakes, though, closing from 6. Unbelievable in the braking zone into 12.
Yeah, it came from a long way back there, but just didn't have quite enough to get the position, but certainly closed up the gap.
Yeah, there's Waldbaum back there battling with Austin Hurdle. And I think that's Michael Hilo back there as well, having a bit of a scrap with that group. So they're having fun back at about, I think that's 7th or 8th place at the moment.
Yeah, and Jeremy's closed right up to the back of the leader there. So all Jeremy's thinking about now is 3 turns ahead and how can he get a good run off turn 20 to get past Costas on the straight.
Into the carousel now. Down towards turn 19. Look at Swenson close. That car's clearly better through the carousel. Now into 19. Nose to tail. Breaks off for Swenson. Rolls really good speed. Headed toward turn 20. Half a car length between them. They should be coming to the white flag this time by. Jensen's right there as well. Final corner. Turn number 20, back under fire across the start-finish line, and this time through, still no white flag, at least that I saw, but we didn't see it yesterday either.
There was a white flag
there was.
just as we were coming through, but yeah, it looks like Costas got the run there, got an excellent exit, did not allow Jeremy to get a run on him, so Jeremy's going to have to get it done, probably through the SS.
So last lap here at Circuit of the Americas for race number 3 at GLTC. Highcutter, big slide in the Forsberg Racing 370Z, gathers it back up. 5, top 6 all under a blanket there. You can see them all in the one shot, but Costas a fantastic run through the first couple corners.
Yep, and here comes Jeremy closing that gap right back up. So again, Jeremy's now thinking about where can he get it done. Time is running out now for him.
You have to be looking squarely at turns 11 and 12. Those are your last really good braking zones. Look at Jensen and Highcutter. Highcutter rebounds from his slide and will grab 3rd place from Jensen. The wing perhaps helping there. Actually, Jensen's got one too, but Highcutter just out-dragging him through the S's and up over turn 10. Highcutter back on podium, but the front 2 G-Speed Corvettes out front, then Viking Performance in 2nd. 1st and 2nd into turn 11. Look at this dive from Hackbarth behind in the Cayman S. That was a big late move. We'll see if he can complete it.
Yep, and here we go. Last big acceleration zone we're going to have, and it looks like Costas is pulling away again from Swenson. Looks like Makaya's having to go there at Paul Curley.
Down the backstretch towards turn 12. Swenson not quite close enough to Curley. Curley got a really great launch out of turn 11. And you mentioned that Curley and Hackbarth door-to-door into turn 12. Really late on the brakes for Curley. Gets it woed down and gets that spot back from Hackbarth. But into the arena section for the final time here. Remember how good Swenson's car was in this section last time around. I think that car just a little bit better sorted here, Alex, and he might have one more shot in the last couple corners.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to close the gap coming through this tight stadium section and the carousel.
Here they go, here he goes, side by side for the lead. Swenson around the outside of Costas, through the carousel, door-to-door, Corvettes, side by side in GLTC. Can he make this stick around the outside? Costas brand new to the series. Can he beat the champion from last season? Swenson has more grip. He's found it, and he's clear. Last lap pass for the race lead into turn 19, Alex.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. I was just about to say that I didn't think he had enough time to get it done, so I'm glad he beat me to the punch there.
Here comes Highcutter looking for 2nd. Can't do it, can't get there. Checkered flag. Swenson with a last lap around the outside move in the carousel. Gets it done. He'll win again. Race 3 goes again to the Viking Performance Corvette for Jeremy Swenson. Paul Costas, a phenomenal drive, comes up half a second short. Highcutter 3rd. On the podium, then Jensen and Curley wrap out the rest of your top 5. What a battle there at the end. Swenson did that perfectly.
Yeah, he did a great job to get him around there. So passed him just coming out of turn 15 before going through the carousel around the tower. Not a great opportunity to pass there, so it must have been a mistake there from Costas or just a really great move from Jeremy.
I think he missed the apex at 15 just a little bit, and you give Swenson an opportunity, and he will get there. Jeremy does not make a lot of mistakes on the racetrack, so that was an opportunity for him to kind of sneak in there and then drive around the outside. And props to both those drivers for leaving each other plenty of space. That's the kind of racing we expect here in GLTC. And for Costas, new to the series this weekend, what an experience.
Yeah, and really great driving by both of them. But yeah, if he missed the apex at turn 15, there's some of those big ugly bumps again on the outside that stop you from going wide there. So he probably had to get out of it pretty significantly.
So Swenson wins the second race, his second race of the weekend, 2 out of 3 for the Viking Performance Corvette. And this is, again, in contrast to last year when this car debuted. Lots of issues for this car mechanically. And he got it sorted and then went on a tear for the rest of the year. And it really came down to his qualifying efforts. He would consistently qualify up front and not really have to pass anybody all weekend. If he got mired in traffic, it was a little harder to make speed, but good battle for him here this weekend so far. Troubles in this race for Tom O'Gorman, a mechanical issue. Ryan Upham is off track, so is Andy Smedegaard. Have to figure out what happened. That was when that full course yellow came out. Looked like those two cars tangled, but we'll update you at race 4. And Gary Wimble, again, with that incident at the exit of turn 20, we'll update you on Gary as soon as possible. And that car, again, probably done for the weekend with the damage it sustained in that accident with the Armco.
Yeah, it seems like there was contact between James Upham and Andy Smedegaard with those two cars hitting each other.
So finishing up here, race 3 for Grid Life Touring Cup at Circuit of the Americas. Again, this is round 1 of 10. We have one more race that will be gridded by the order of this finish with a random invert of the top third of the field. We're going to see you later this afternoon, but before we go, we're going to introduce the Super Lap Battle team once again to take you for some more time attack action for the rest of the day. One more race coming up after lunch. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
So we're back with Super Lap Battle Group 4 Session 2.
Back for the second sessions of the day for Group 4 to 1. These guys are actually, it looks like a good amount more cars are coming out for the second session. A little bit warmer outside. Sun kind of came out a little bit more, so we're going to get a little bit better times. Hopefully the track heats up after that amazing Gltc race. Pretty hot and heavy in that race, but looks like our Group 4 guys are coming out and getting ready to go here. Looks like Steve Bissett right there in the back of that 240Z. Looks like he's coming out for this session again. See if we can get some hotter times in here, getting bumped up in class. Looking for him to go a lot faster in this next in this next session here. You just light him up right there coming out of pit lane. Get some good heat in those tires, those slick tires. Take a look at this car. This car is a huge wide body, older 240Z. But if you look at the aerodynamics on the car, look at the fenders kind of under the front right fender right there. You see that titanium downpipe coming out. Just amazing looking car. The wheels are really nice, kind of chromed out orange, I'd like to say. I don't know if that makes any sense, but just amazing looking car. Tons of potential out of that car. Just kind of hopes he rings it out a little bit. But I know he was down on gears a little bit. He said he was top out on 120 on the straightaways, which is nowhere near what that car is capable of. But hopefully he hears us down there and just sends it up and cranks it up and gets it on out there and going fast like we want to see it. But looks to see if you look there on that figure 8 drift pad out there, not a whole lot of people out there yet. I think they're just kind of coming back from last night's festivities out there, but there's still a lot of people rolling in through the gate and coming into this awesome motorsport event. So much action, so many things to do here, but here's our first hot lap. James Hu just cranking off a nice fast one there, get him on the board. Awesome. I love to see so many Subarus out here. And he's got that APR wing up there up top holding the rear end down. Nice custom front splitter, fenders and custom fenders up front too. Really awesome looking car. There's factory Brembos on there, but they are the high vis, so they're going to break a little bit better. There's Austin coming through the start finish line here. Austin's here for his first hot lap. Let's see if we can get the time boards up here. See what these guys are doing here.
That's Stefan Bustler in the Honda Civic FK8 Type R.
Still waiting for that Jeremy Lauder Camaro to come back around. Let me see what those guys. I didn't see them out there in the first session there.
Looks like James is out here trying to improve his time. Let's follow him around the circuit, see what he does on his first hot lap.
James Hu out there in that really awesome for enthusiast class car.
And then we have Brandon in the Volkswagen.
Brandon Luthi. There's Steve Bissett going down the front straight. I just heard that monster GM powered 240Z go down the front straight. Here's James. Kind of the back half of the circuit here, kind of rolling through those easy corners. Oh, looks like he kind of cut that a little awkward there. Kind of pitch straight, kind of awkward on that line there. But this car rolling nice through the turns. Looks like a good amount of grip through that section right there. Looks like he's coming up to 18, almost 18, 19. And this is a spot all day right here. A lot of guys going full wheel off, but you want to extend that kind of straight line into that short chute right here, and then you're going to turn onto the front straightaway right here. So you got the last turn right there. This is where let's see what we can get out of him. This particular, we don't have the timing screen up. There we go.
So James Hu with a 2:36.476 on his first lap in the second session.
So first banker lap for him.
And Christina Guzman with a 2:37.025. That's in the BMW M4.
See if Jeremy Lauder can turn up those ponies in that Chevy Camaro, that ZL1. Get going down the straightaways a little bit better. But here's Steve Bissett in that 240Z.
This is a Chevy powered 240Z with a LS turbo. Tons of parts on this car. Hopefully Steve could get the car sorted out and put down some fast laps for us to see. Be exciting to see Steve go fast.
Austin Sierra in the pits here. Maybe he's looking to get a little bit of a setup change, maybe an air pressure change or adjustment to that car, maybe not to his liking. Or maybe he did something bad on track, or he's just coming off. Let's see what he's up to here.
And that's Brandon Luthe crossing the finish with a 2:45.124.
Looks like S2000s at the top of the time sheets. Cody Gonzalez with the 2:35 up to the top here in Group 4, Session 2.
Looks like Sean Bissett was able to improve his time with a 2:42.305.
Still not as fast as he was going yesterday. Yesterday he was still doing a 240, so hopefully he can. I know that car has a lot more potential than a 240, but I know he's running out of gears on the straightaway, so running out of top end speed. Not really tuned up for this track as far as gearing goes. So hopefully we can see a lot more speed out of him.
Looks like Austin Sierra just pushed the car back into garage 15.
He's calling it for this session, but Brandon Luthe right here on a heater. Still holding it down on a 244. Question on YouTube, have you guys been to a concert here?
Looks like Christina Guzman's gone a little faster.
Big concert area back over there.
Jeremy Loader with the ZL11LE with a 2:34.372. That's number 25.
But Cody going right back up there with the 2:33.595.
Cody Gonzalez keeping the Honda S2000s on top in this group.
Still nice to see those S2000s still running hard, even the enthusiast class. Here's Ernestus in that 370Z. But also really, as far as powertrain, and also really good aero on this car. Really custom done by him and his team. That rear diffuser was looking amazing. But Ernesto is still down there doing a 241.0. Yeah, Gerald from YouTube. Concerts, how good are the concerts? We're really looking into having a really big concert here this year.
Looks like Jeremy Hu wasn't able to improve his lap time. Well, actually, that was Pagan.
Yeah, that was Brandon Pagan in the Super STI right there.
Sean Bissett was able to go faster this second lap around with a 2:47.09.
Yeah, still crossing my fingers on a 240. I think that car is really good for maybe a 215. He's really, if you notice Sean Bissett going through those corners, he's really taking it nice and easy, and on that straightaway. I wish we could take a look at that car at the end of the straightaway.
Seems like Daniel Oliver is still having problems with the car, trying to get it sorted out. Hasn't been able to go faster this this session.
Good to see Jeremy Lauder up there, the second spot right here. Here he is coming through the last half of the track, or the last part of the track right here, turning into the last corner. Let's see this Camaro LE or 1LE go down the straightaway. But man, that thing really blasts. Here he is tucking up, going into turn 1. That ZL1 Camaro, just amazing. If you guys ever driven one of these on track, they're just right out of the box from the factory. Just an amazing car to take to the track.
Looks like Joshua Garcia in the AE86 F20C powered is going 233.871, which is giving Cody a battle in his S2000.
Yeah, looks like he's getting there. Jeremy Lauder, I'm still pulling for that Chevy powered Camaro. Looks like Ernestus is in. Maybe gonna check his tire pressure. Maybe something feels a little bit amiss.
Jeremy's really pushing that 1LE this round.
Those cars are just amazing with the braking they can't have from the factory, but also a big heavy car. So a lot of these cars out here, they're all a lot of Japanese makes and models, but also a lot of European cars. But the Camaros, they're big boys out there, so they take a little bit more to get around the corner.
Joshua looks like he's building a ton of confidence behind the 1LE. Looks like that little bit of confidence is going to help him push past Cody in this session.
I think Joshua needs to tuck up behind that rear wing of that Camaro and get in the slipstream and stay there and let that Camaro pull him around the front straight to really get some speed out of that Hachiroku. Let's see if he can close up here the tight to these two, because hopefully that BMW might slow Jeremy Lauder down a little bit so he can tuck up in there and get that nice draft and get a better time. See if we can get Cody in that S2000. About 3/10 off, so that'll do it. If he gets a nice little toe down that front straight, he should be able to get about 3/10. Yeah, it looks like he's getting even closer to that 1LE. That Camaro kind of come up. He might be thinking the same thing we are. Just get in that draft, man. Get a little bit of pull and get to the top of these time sheets.
Looks like he's going around the Camaro.
Yeah, looks like he got up in there. See what this front straight looks like. Yeah, he got by him real big. Big gap.
Guzman went faster with a 233.592, and Joshua Garcia just did it with a 233.232. Joshua Garcia is now on top of the leaderboard.
So he got to the end of that he got in the draft, and he got some extra straightaway speed, and he pulled out a little bit of time there. It's all about managing the traffic and using it to your advantage.
It's good to see the times at 233, 234 amongst the top 4 and 5.
There's Daniel Oliver in that MR2, gorgeous MR2. Still kind of working on that setup there with that car. The splitter kind of giving them troubles kind of all weekend, but really awesome to see that MR2. Really cool, interesting cars if you've ever worked on them or been around them a little while. Midship from Toyota from in the early 90s and mid 90s. Turbo cars too as well. So really awesome to see. You don't see those too much anymore. So really cool to see out there. I just wish they could get that setup figured out on that car.
Group 3 is getting ready, getting gridded up. Looks like they're about 12 minutes out.
It's good to see Donald out there too in that showroom, closest to showroom stock STI. Just getting out there, having a ton of fun out there. That's the best part. Just going out there and driving.
And that's Pagan with still a 238.880 or 238.827.
Still waiting for the sun to come out, though. Still waiting for a little bit of warmth from the sun, so we can get a little bit warmth on the tracks. We get a little bit better times here, but really impressed with Group 4 here, especially Joshua Garcia, that Hachiroku, with the 233, just nipping Christina Guzman right there at the end ahead of Cody Gonzalez. Maybe Cody kind of cut it short that last session. Kind of got out of it, but really nice to see that F20C up there in that Hachiroku.
Hachiroku with a F20C powered plant.
Looks like Group 4 is almost about to come in. I know a majority of the field is coming in, or the group is coming in.
Looks like the fans are starting to show up. You can see them walking from the ticket office over there in towards the tunnel. Looks like the car show paddock starting to fill up. If you're out here in Austin on a Sunday and you got nothing to do, well, here's something to do. Come out to Super Lap Battle. Today's the last day. You got about 7 hours left of Super Lap Battle, or 8 hours left of Super Lap Battle. I think we have the pit walk at noon, which is going to be really exciting for the spectator and fans.
It's like there in that last shot that we saw on the pit lane, that Spoon Sports Civic Type R getting fired up and ready to go. Hopefully Aaron Wang and the boys can get that thing riled up. As you saw Jason interviewing Dai Yoshihara. I know Dai Yoshihara was in the Turn 14 Tesla, but he's also kind of been in and out of that Spoon Sports Civic Type R here a little bit this weekend. They had won 25 Hours of Thunderhill not too long ago, so he was in that winning car with Spoon, Itachima-san, and if you really know old school Time Attack, you know Tarzan Yamada, and he was in that winning car as well with Dai Yoshihara and Spoon, Itachima-san from Spoon. So really glad to have that car out here.
Group 3 is going up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Donald Dixon on YouTube. We really enjoy this live stream, and the pictures are just clear and sharp and amazing. I did not know that it could be this clear. It's
so
like,
as you can see, check out the car show, guys. Like, there's over 100 cars in display. I think they had a total of 200 cars for the weekend.
Yeah, just a huge showing for the car show guys out here this weekend, and they all drive in. These are all guys, and now it looks to me that they actually added some cars. Some cars that I noticed yesterday were moved around and up and about, and really we've been up here doing the live stream, but we haven't really been down here to the car show a little bit. I kind of rolled through it a little bit, but I really like to see what some of those builds are. I mean, we got everything from trucks to a lot of imports, but also a lot of domestics here. So a lot of things out here in Austin. A lot of different cars. I see a one NSX down there with a red one on the right there. Just a ton of cars. Look how many. I know a good amount are still kind of showing up, coming in here.
It's pretty awesome to have the Austin and the Texas car scene here representing at Super Lap Battle. But
this car show scene right here, all these cars are on the back side of our grid and the back side of our paddock. So right where you see that kind of main structure, that's the Coda garages right there. And if you notice to the right side of that building, that center building, that's kind of where we are in the broadcast area. So when those cars go by that front straight, we really hear them. But yeah, just a lot of cars out there. Here's Group 3 coming out. There's that Spoon Sports Civic out front. Looks like Hannah Burton coming out there. And Aaron Wang really cutting that blend line a lot. I know I saw him do that yesterday, so he's really getting out there, trying to get that wide line straight away. So
Here's Devin Hoffman coming out.
hopefully Devin can best her time from the earlier session. I know she just keeps getting faster and faster every session.
Forrest Windecker in the Supra. Henry Brodo in the Toyota MRS.
So we just got word that we got the small little cameraman, or in-car cameraman, with Dair Shahara. He actually jumped in that Spoon Sports Civic.
So the top of the pack is Daijiro Yoshihara. He's a retired Formula D driver. He's a 25-hour Thunderhill winner in that car. And we should have in-car with him once the pack gets out, once the entire pack's out on track.
So interesting to see inside that Spoon Sports Civic how that car is handling the corners compared to the other tuned Honda Civics here, other tuned CTRs here. A good amount of Civic Type Rs here, but that one just seems to be a little bit extra special with the interior in there. If you can really check that out, if you're here in, we're going to do a pit walk as well, but that interior, to me, it just really shocks me because that the way they coat the chassis is just amazing.
So the Spoon Sport FK8, that car is not built around time attack. It's actually built to last 25 hours. A lot of effort put into that car is to keep that car cool, so they keep running and running and running. One of the problems a lot of FK8 owners experience is cooling when it comes to time attack. So a lot of efforts put towards that. So it's amazing to see a car be developed in a way where it can go 25 hours and win a race.
Looks like Dai's rounding that second last corner in 19, coming on the front straight here.
Yep, we're going to go in car with Dai once he comes out on his hot lap.
Let's see the short there. We're going to go all the way in. We're just going to listen to this Civic Type R. Shahara there. Maybe a slight miss on that car, a slight issue. Maybe Dai not really enjoying the setup there early this morning.
There's Paul out in the Eagle Talon.
Those guys did some good, burning the late night oil last night, working hard to get that car out here and back running. Good to see those guys made it. It's always nice to work hard all night and get your car out and run hard.
So Hannah around on her first hot lap with a 2:32.182.
2:33.
2:33.182.
182. Look at that splitter on that Eagle.
Devin with a 2:33.457.
Let's see if Devin can go even faster this. I know she always likes to get her third lap is always really good. Oh, Aaron's back in.
So it's actually Aaron in the car, not Di.
That's Aaron back in that car. Okay, okay. Yeah, we just heard that was not Di in the car. That was actually Aaron, our good buddy Aaron Wang from Spoon Sports USA. He was in that car. He's been driving that car all weekend, and we kind of heard from a birdie that Di might be back in that car, but Aaron is still coming to grips with it.
So Paul's actually looking really good out there in the Eagle Talon. Looks like he's going to put down a fairly decent lap this round.
Yeah, that car looks hooked up real good.
Forrest Windecker did a 2:28.328.
You see that Ryan Dissex in that Subaru STI Spec C, that Super Tycoon car. I really enjoy this car, but I wish maybe just go a little bit more on that car as far as, oh, wow. Looks like Bob getting a little sideways there. Oh, here's Haley Mayers.
Paul with the 2:27.620 in that Eagle Talon. I believe that's his fastest time of the weekend so far.
Haley having a little trouble there on the back, right back there. She looks like she had her head in her hands, like she didn't know kind of what's going on with that car. Maybe having a little electrical issues. Just everything kind of not being too good on that Nissan GTR.
That's Bob Boileau with the Miata.
Bob's still looking for a good competitive lap for this session.
Bob is really pushing up against Jake. Oh, he's making a pass. He's going to try to get down that fast lap this one. He's moving.
Really cool over fenders on this car. Those are carbon Kevlar over fenders. Really awesome to see on that little Miata. Let's see what Bob gets. Coming around the last little section here of this track. Circuit of the Americas. There's Jake. Looks like he's on a slow lap. Kind of Ryan getting around him. Good to see that Eagle Talon up there with the 227. Paul cranking off that 227. There's Haley. What's going on with her car? She's giving us the thumbs down inside there. No bueno, she says. Maybe she lost the fire or something happened. Looks like the safety guy's going to check her out, see if she's okay. I'm sure she's okay, but maybe just some issues. Maybe she needs to be towed out, but she's up there at the top of turn 1, top of the hill.
Ryan Dussex in the Super Tyco with a 2:28.989. He probably has one more lap in it, then it runs out of fuel.
I just heard Bob Brado is on 3-year-old tires according to YouTube. So if he's out there cranking off the kind of times he's in, he's still doing 2:32 on 3-year-old tires. I think, Bob, we need to get you a new set of tires, new fresh set of Advan AO52s, so you can put down some real fast times. But here's Paul in that Eagle Talon. Oh, there's Devin. There she is. Waiting to see a hot time from her. Still sitting at a 2:30.6 in this particular session. Yeah, she's biding her time, saving those tires a little bit, and looking for a little bit hotter lap or faster lap. I'm still trying to find it a little bit.
That's Jeffrey Ting in the Civic Type R. And Jeffrey Ting with a 2:32.05. Trying to find more time on the track. YouTube says Paul needs to turn the car back up.
Paul and that Eagle Talon. Really nice to see those guys out there. A little bit different than everybody out there. Looks like we got another car pulling off here. Let's see if we can see who that might be. Is that Haley again? Maybe she got going but got around a little bit and then she's having a little bit of trouble. There's Devin going through turn 1. Looks like she's having a little bit of an issue too. Kind of just pulling off, going real slow offline here. Jeffrey Ting looks like he's getting by her. But maybe we can check out Devin. What happened to her? She's slowing up in the S's, so maybe she had an issue as well.
Someone go drop off some new tires to Bob.
Bob could use a new set, he said.
Bob could use a new set of Yokohama AO52s.
Pick up Devin. Where did she slow down at? There's Paul in that. Subaru. Where's Jake too?
Jeffrey Ting in the Honda Civic Type R just reset the enthusiast class record with a 2:35.20 or 2:32.05.
And Jeffrey going real fast all weekend. Just amazing to see the Type R, how fast you can get it straight out of the box. One of the best cars for best bangs for the buck when it comes to time attack. If you've ever driven one of those CTRs on track, just a huge amount of frontal grip. Here we see some of the Air Force boys out there in AC-130 or C-130 Hercules out there burning the turboprop fuel.
Jeffrey's flying.
Hitting over the curbs, taking as much as he can.
He's really trying to get more time off the clock because he knows he's feeling good.
Check out that license plate, man. That's awesome. Typer. See Jeffrey going to that back straight. See if we can get him. He's coming through that last kind of half of the track.
Looks like Jeffrey's going to go faster this lap.
Sure hope so. I think his car is good for a sub 230. Definitely. So he's coming through here. The back sections should come around to the tower here. Very nice and fluid through the steering wheel, or with the steering wheel. Kind of rolling through. There's part from the tower right here. Roll through 19 looks like. Nice out as wide as possible. He's going to come through the last turn right here. We can pick him up. Here we go. See what Jeffrey's got. Pedal to the metal. Going down to the start finish.
And Jeffrey Ting's gone faster with the 2:29.974.
See, he sticks out his hand out.
He knows.
He knows already.
He knows.
Breaking that. Getting
good job, Jeffrey.
Amazing to see. He probably saw it on his dash. 2:29. He's been working hard all weekend for that. Just amazing. Top of the enthusiast class timesheets for the weekend. 2:29 new class record right there.
That's David Stock in the M4. It's actually an M3, E92 M3.
You guys can remember back a couple years ago when Paul Walker had an E92 M3 that he campaigned for a little while. The late Paul Walker, if you guys remember that car. That was a while ago. Good to see. Whenever I see E92 M3, I always think of that car and Paul, and I remember him being around at track, and it's just amazing to see. That's when I always see a E92, I always think of Paul and that M3 he campaigned for a little while. But still, Paul and that Eagle Talon out front here in this particular session, but with a 227. But Jeremy Ting really going for that win here today, breaking into the 229s. Look at the ride height of that car. See how low the rear ride height is? Super low. Looks amazing. Looks amazing. Looks like this group is winding it down. Slightly, but that M3 is still going for it. See Eric on YouTube asking us, what do we do for brakes? What do we do for brakes to take a break, or are you saying like braking systems? A little bit of clarification there, Eric, Mr. Eric DeWitt on YouTube. Brakes, normally we just kind of hang out back here at Race Control, depending on how long we have, but normally we're just really quick in and out, so depending on how long we have, we really like to go through the paddock and see what's going on, because really, that's where we want to be. We want to be in the paddock, so we're still working on trying to get the booth set up in the paddock so we can just be where the action is. But yeah, we're up here in the booth, but not too many brakes these days.
Looks like Eric was talking about DSM brakes.
Gotcha. I'm like, okay, so no one cares about my well-being. Just plain. Good question. What's on those DSM brakes?
So we got Group 3 getting gridded up. Actually, that's actually Group 2. Group 2. We need more DSMs. We need more DSMs out here, though, guys.
What DSMs would you like to see? Because I think I only know Mitsubishi Eclipses and Eagle Talons. That's a good question.
Hey, good morning, Jaeger.
Yo, Jaeger's awake. Good to see. Good to see he's up and awake this morning.
Looks like we got Lawrence Yoon in the front of Group 2.
See, I think I spy die there. Out there for Group 2.
That's Lawrence Yoon. That's Robert Robles in the Supra. That's Bjorn in the GTR. We don't see Alex Moss out here right now.
Alex Moss, that last session, doing real good in that green S2000. Topped the time sheets the last session. So let's see what these guys can crank out. But I know Dye having a little bit of trouble yesterday, not really getting a good hard lap. Maybe the turn 14 evasive guys have got that Tesla tuned up real good. Made some adjustments last night. Made those changes. So, and then here you come, Paul, with that Eagle Talon, top of the time sheets right there. Good to see those guys get up there in that time sheet, in the time sheets with all the work they did last night.
So if you guys are listening in Paul's garage, Paul with the Eagle Talon, the internet wants Paul to crank up the power now, since the car was doing fairly well this session. We'd love to see that car go a lot faster.
Because we know more boost is more better, so We know you guys can turn that sucker up. Here's Alex Moss coming down to grid, to pre-grid here.
Alex Moss wasn't going to let Lawrence lead the pack.
Yeah, see that first cone? He's going to come up here and take that first cone, so Honda's up front. He knows where he's going. He's pulling up there. He's like, Tony, is my parking spot ready? You better believe it is.
Yeah.
But awesome to see that color. Very reminiscent, like we said, to Tom Tang's older S2000. Tom Tang really campaigning that very similar color, if y'all remember Tom Tang out there in that green S2000, nicknamed Irene.
Speaking of Tom Tang, where the heck is he?
Oh, I saw him last week. He's getting Tom Tang does a lot of wheeled wheel racing now, and he's really campaigning a new. Been working on a new M3, E46 M3s, looking amazing. But we really missed that Honda for sure.
Mike from Professional Awesome has been sleeping on us. Everybody tell Mike he needs to bring his car back out.
Yeah, that Professionally Awesome Evo still brings back a lot of memories too. An amazing DSM love here coming out of YouTube. It looks like a full session, full group here, group 2. Everyone looking to get that good time in right now. But here you have your second session for Group 3 with Paul in that Eagle Town. And good to see him up there with the 227. And Forrest Windecker with the 228.3. And Ryan Dusex in that Super Tyq STI with the 228.9. But the one I'm really excited to see is Jeffrey Ting in that Civic Type R with a 229 enthusiast class record right there. Jeffrey out there really getting it and going fast.
Eric DeWitt says, go fast or suck. I think he meant go fast, don't suck.
Well, Eric, how come you're not here not sucking and going fast? You should be here on track.
Mark Yeager says it takes time to get a car completely dialed in. We all know Mark knows what's up.
Well, we're also Chris off YouTube here. Oh, look at Haley's car up on the flatbed here. We are still waiting on that R32 GTR. They had a little bit of a cooling fan trouble yesterday. The cooling fan decided to come up and put a hole in the radiator. So those guys have been trying to repair that radiator, but kind of hard to get an R32 GTR radiator these days.
Apparently, JB Weld and duct tape didn't work.
Yeah, apparently didn't work. They did their best, though. Yes, there is a R32 here this weekend in the Paddock. We didn't see too much of it on track, but just an amazing car. Huge splitter and huge diffuser.
And session 2 is about to begin.
For Group 2.
Or Group 2, session 2.
Yeah, Group 2 is out there. There goes Alex. Let's see if we can improve his time from the first session. Lawrence right here in that gorgeous GT3. Here's Will in that. I'm sorry about that. That's Cal. That is Will. Cal's coming up here. Here's Mr. Robles in that Supra.
That's Bjorn in the GTR.
Bjorn's got everything turned up. And here's Dai Yashar in that Turn 14 Tesla.
So Dai's fastest time was a 224 in that car yesterday. So let's see the effort made to improve that time today.
Hopefully he's got that flux capacitor turned up on that thing, and we can see some good hot times out of there. There's
It's
Tim.
Tim in the Mitsubishi Evo. And Nicholas Kors in the Honda Civic FA5. Austin Shipley in the Toyota Supra. And Drew Turner in the Toyota Supra. Looks like Mike Dussault didn't bring the plaid out this session.
Maybe those guys are working on the brakes too, or maybe saving a little bit for this afternoon. Here's Bjorn on his install warm-up lap. Dai Yoshihara on his install lap here. Getting a little feel for things, warming up the brakes, warming up the tires here. Make sure everything is good on the car here. Yeah, Mark Yeager saying Dai only not getting 2 laps here this weekend. Yeah, not too many laps. Dai's been turning this weekend. Yeah, a little bit. The Tesla did have a little bit of electrical issues. I think that's all it has is electrical issues. It being an electric car, but just having a little bit of not quite being right with that car.
So Alex Moss should be coming around the front straight anytime now.
Looks like we got a little bit of sunshine here on the front straight. Here's Alex sliding into the last turn. He's on his hot lap. Let's check his car out going through turn 1 on that bump there, and see how his car handles that bump. Really nice through that first corner. Really handling. I know that looks like the damping on that car is really hooked up. And here's Robert Robles in that Toyota Supra going down the front straight.
And Will in the Mercedes AMG GTS.
Awesome to see that car. That blue, I believe, is a factory Mercedes-Benz color. I believe it's a midnight blue, but only Mercedes having that color for their cars. There's Robert Rolls barely touching brakes, going through the S's there. A little bit of check.
Nick Kors with a FA5 starting his hot lap. Austin Shipley starting his hot lap as well.
Yeah, Austin getting in there. Yeah, check out that AMG. Nice livery on that car. A really super cool color on that car. Awesome, kind of a flat blue, but not quite, kind of an opaque blue. Let's see if we can pick up Alex Moss on that in that S2000. Let's see where he's at as far as his hot lap is going. There's Robert Robles coming on the backside, so Alex, we should be able to pick up Alex. He's right ahead of him.
Honda S2000s are fast.
Yeah, especially today. I
hear Alex coming down the front straight. There he is.
Let's see what his first hot lap is. There it is.
And Alex with a 2:19.524 on his first hot lap this session.
Yeah, looks like Alex has got those AO52s working good.
Oh, yeah.
Lawrence Young kind of right behind him at 2:26. Let's see how Robert does right here. Robert Robles out there with the 2:22.
445. Will Hardman with the 2:29.429. Bjorn with the 2:26.91 in his Nissan GTR.
Kind of Bajorn out right off there. Here's Dai Yoshihara with a 223.28.
Dai just went a little bit faster than he did yesterday in the turn 14 evasive motorsports Tesla.
But here his car's flashing those emergency lights there. Maybe more problems with that Tesla again. Let's see if anyone can touch Alex Moss up here.
That's Jason Merck with the BMW.
I really like those BMWs. It's an M2, is it? It is an M2.
Yep, it's M2.
Really awesome. I like little smaller BMWs.
Let's see if Alex Moss goes faster on his second lap. He's still pushing it, so.
See if he can break it in the 218s. It's about half a second. If he can pull out a half a second, you can see him going around that corner right there under the bridge, coming by the tower here, coming up to almost turn 18, 19. Let's see how wide he is coming back the last half of the track here, rolling through a 19 right there. Now looks like he's coming in. Looks like he's coming in. He's calling it right there. Saving
He's going to come in and have his boys take out the right side end plate and run without end plates.
That might be a good idea. Or maybe he's out of gas here. Looks like he's going slow on the pit lane. Here's Cal. Cal's still going hard. Looks like a little bit of understeer rolling through the apex of that corner there. Not hitting that apex properly. Slow speed. Looks like Alex is having a little bit of slow issue here. No, he's just going slow. He's being nice and safe in the pit lane there. Robert Robles.
Will Hardiman with the 222.410.
Just barely eking out Robles right there in front of him by 3/1000ths of a second. Looks like Robles is out of the power there, letting Hardman through. Interesting to see how quick certain cars get out there and get warmed up. It looks like some cars get warmed up real quick, and some cars take a lap or two to really get warmed up and going. Oh, that's full roll off right there. That's not going to look too good. That's a little bit over track limits there. Four-wheel off might get you that particular time disallowed.
Yeah, for those of you guys at home watching on YouTube, if you go 4 off, that lap is disqualified.
So we want to keep these drivers honest here and make sure they stay within the limit boundaries that we've set here this weekend. So Coda very, very good on keeping those boundaries in.
We got a team full in race control watching almost every corner, actually every single corner on this track. There's no blind spots, so if they go off the limits, they get DQ'd immediately. The lap does not count.
Looks like Will's open up his line a little bit more, taking a good amount of curb. Couple corners ago. There's Jason in that M2. Looks like Alex Moss is going to take this one in this particular session. The 219. Yes, Brett, 4 off in any zone, meaning if you're going past those red and white striped edges of the track, if you're in the green zone or on the paint, 4 off, meaning right side tires off or left side tires off, the outer tires off, that's meaning, or inside tires off, that's But that's 4-wheel off, and that time will not be allowed.
Here at Super Lap Battle at COTA, we do not look the other way.
Robles checking in there at a 222.445. Well, F1 track standards, yeah, it is an F1 track, so.
Looks like Cal's pulling back in.
He's got to change the station on his, change the radio station here. So hold on, let me refill on coffee.
Well, Scotty, sounds like you only want to make left turns, mate. Robert Robles still out there trying to best his time.
NASCAR at Daytona this weekend as well. And the YouTube guys mentioned a little bit of NASCAR, but they're at Daytona this weekend. I'd rather be here though. This track is way more fun than Daytona, at least the oval. Here's Robert Robles too. He's still on a flyer lap though. He's still trying to get that hot time. Let's see if he can take 3/10 out or 4/10 out and get past Will Hardman right here in that Mercedes. Hopefully he'll be able to do it. Those Supers a good fair bit lighter than those AMGs. Looks like pretty much everyone for Group 2 there is parked it and back in the paddock there, back in the pit lane. Looks like Cal letting that AMG engine breathe there. Just a huge long nose AMG, very SL Mercedes-esque right there. The classic Mercedes lines on that AMG.
If you're at home and you're in Austin, come on out. There's tons of fun activities out here. You get in one of them drift cars. You could get your entire family in one of those drift cars if you got a family of 3.
Well, Eric, yeah, NASCAR is coming to COTA this year. Very interesting to see the new car on the road courses. Haven't seen it yet. Only seen a little bit of testing going on, but interesting to see if NASCAR gets that set up right on those cars. With a little bit different transmission and also wheels and tires. Hopefully you can see some good tandem battles today from the drift guys. It looks like Group 2 is going to call it here. It's hard to see Lawrence Young not out there kind of bottom of the time sheets. Maybe he called it early there, but he's down there at a 226. I know that car is a lot faster than that. Maybe he just called it for that session and said he'd save it for the afternoon time.
Someone needs to go into Austin Shipley's garage because Mark Yeager back at home, he's probably laying in bed watching it on his phone, saying that 228 is weak. I think somebody needs to give Yeager a call and say, why isn't he here?
Why isn't Mark Yeager here? It's a good question there. Maybe YouTube can answer that question for us.
William is in Group 1, so Group 1's going to be coming out shortly.
But here we go, Session 2, Group 2. Alex Moss at the top of the time sheets at 219 in his Unlimited S2000, and Bjorn right behind him in that GTR with the 220.6. And Will Hardman in that AMG at a 222.4.
And Robert Robles with a 222.445, just inches off of Will Hardman.
But sorry to see Dye down there at 223 in that turn 14 Tesla. Didn't get too many laps out. Only got about 1 lap. So maybe they're still having flux capacitor issues on that thing. But sorry to see that Dye didn't get a couple more laps out of that thing. Hopefully those guys can hit the Control Alt Delete on that one and get everything working correctly. So who's ready for Group 1? All the fast cars coming up next. Oh, looks like we got more top-down crew with that MR2. Or MRS, excuse me.
Some of these guys are preparing for the pit walk. Group 1 should be getting gridded up shortly.
So all these, pretty much every car in the garages here will be pushed out onto the hot pits there, and for the fans to come up and just take a good look at these cars, really get interactive with these drivers and teams, and really kind of just ask away. And that's the whole I know we're going to get down there and go check that out, because we haven't had a huge chance to really see everything that we'd want to, and also just get some more information on the cars for you guys at home to see what's going on. But that's the real awesome thing here at Super Lap Battle, and also Global Time Attack, is really the paddock is really open, and compared to other forms of motorsport, this is like in my opinion, the only one you could really go up, talk to the driver, talk to the team, look at the car, ask questions and set up questions and everything about the car, and you can really get good, hard, solid answers. So you could go and take that and use it on your particular car or anything. So, and if you're just a fan, I mean, why not be up and close and personal?
So William Al Young is out-gridded in the front of the pack. It's going to be exciting to watch this session, because Will is only a few seconds behind the current record, which is a 2:03.
So by Ferris yesterday. So hopefully, let's see if Will has it turned up even more than he did in that first session. But him taking out 4 seconds from his previous time yesterday. So it looks like he means a lot of business today.
The next group is gridded up right now.
No, this is not GLTC. This is our Group 1, our fast cars of Super Lap Battle here for YouTube. Or if you're a local drifter out here, come out to Lone Star Drift. We got all these guys shredding the tires out here for you. If you're out here, you got a local drift car, just come on down. See if we can get you going around and burn up some tires here.
It's a party in the drift paddock.
I think I saw a 350Z get bumped and kind of smashed the wall a little bit, so a lot of hot action down there. Had a little bit of suspension trouble. Suspension was broken. But it's really cool to see a lot of fun going down there.
Mark after Group 1 is the pit walk and lunch. Yes, Will currently has the overall front-wheel drive record. He's probably going to spend the rest of Sunday trying to get the overall track record, because he's not far from it.
Okay, we got some movement down there. Group 1, here we go. Will A. Young out there in that Honda Civic, a Vibrant Performance Honda Civic, and let's see what he's got. He's going to probably take one installation lap here, and he's going to go on his top flyer. He's going to move the car around, get everything, the blood flowing in that Honda Civic, and he's going to go hard for it. I know the Canadians want to steal that American Thunder from Ferris, but looks like Ferris is not coming out this session. Maybe he's electing to save it for the afternoon, but I would have thought this would be his session. But I know that he's still having a little bit of splitter trouble down there.
Currently standing, Ferris is the king of Coda. But let's see what Will has to say about it in this session.
Because Will's probably got about 1.5 to 2 seconds to get from his previous time from the previous session to get Ferris in that overall record. But there's Thomas Smith in that Super SDI, still hanging in there for a podium for Street.
Once all the cars are out, we'll get the drone camera on Will, and let's catch his flying lap.
Well, Kent Racing, I hope Will does give Ferris a run for his money, because I really want to see that battle. I mean, there's been two battles this weekend. Ferris and Will. We know Will was kind of just finding things out yesterday, but he's really brought the heat today, and he's looking for that overall. But also Amir and Jackie Ding for that streetcar battle as well. I don't think Amir's coming out again in this session. He was kind of out in the first session, but they had a little bit of trouble. So maybe right now they're kind of working on the car a little bit. Maybe they can get out in the afternoon, but we haven't been able to see what the issue is.
Sounds like Williams about to come around the front straight.
So let's see if we can pick up Will in that Rider Performance Honda Civic. See where Will might be. KP, I thought I saw Jackie just make it out onto the grid. I didn't see him come out of the pits just yet, so does Jackie know how to play Uno? Scotty from YouTube, just an Uno battle. Let's see if we can pick up Will. I think
Will's coming down the front straight right now,
so he should be on his hot lap right now. Should be coming in at turn 1 right there. Here's his Porsche with that LS engine in it. I think Will should be going through the S's. There he is.
Let's follow Will around the entire course.
Let's see if we can follow Will right here. But look at the downforce on this car. Just amazing. So look at Will going through the corners right here. Just look at the level of change. Look how quick this car changes direction. He's coming into the braking zone right here, and look how fast it changes direction. Even compared to Ferris's car. A totally different layout compared to Ferris's car, but it's just amazing to see this front-wheel drive car be able to do that. But like Ferris, he has that little bit of a porpoising issue on the front end of that car too, with that splitter touching the ground, shooting some sparks up there. It looks like Will looks pretty fast here. Look at this car through this section. He's going to come up here, this back half section of this Coda track, and this car is just going to look amazing. Just the levels of grip right through here. Look at this. Very, very similar to like a Formula One car. Just the levels of downforce here. 19. Not too wide, keeps him in the track. He's going to come down the front straight last turn. Let's roll past us and see what he gets.
William with a 2:05.600.
Still a little bit better.
And we're going to go in car with
The Porsche, that GT3 here with the LS engine. Here we go. See if we can listen a little bit of that motor sing a little bit. You can notice the H pattern there. So let's see if we can kind of quiet down and listen to this thing roar.
number 11 with Cameron Lawrence driving.
Yeah, that's Cameron Lawrence. So let's see if we can listen. Have a little listen here. Really awesome to see that Porsche has that LS GM engine in it. Really amazing to hear the engine in the back of that thing. Just so used to that Porsche sounding a certain way. Now it's really
Richard
different.
Luttrell with the GT3 Mercedes-Benz.
Looks like maybe they added another couple pieces of tape there, looking for maybe a little bit extra downforce there, but still Will holding up there at a 205.6. Didn't really go too fast. He went a little bit faster in his first session, so.
Thomas Smith went a little bit faster with the 219.951, but I think his goal is a 218.
I know he's trying to break into the 218s from yesterday. He's still hanging in there in a 219, but still trying to find that little bit extra speed. But this car is very minimal when it comes to tuning, so it's good to see he's up there in the fast group in Group 1 at a 219, still holding on to the podium, that third place in street.
That's Gabe Zamora pulling back in with pulling back into the pits.
I think I just heard John McGinnis just go by. And Porsche just railed through. It looks like Will's in. He's going to call it for this session. But a lot of the top cars, him and Ferris, they only go maybe one warm-up lap, and they'll do a hot lap. But that's about it. That's all they got. They know how much they have in the car, and they only do 1 or 2 laps, and they call it.
That's Gabriel Shadi we're following on the camera right now with a 219.745. Gabe is a regular to Super Lap Battle. Gabe used to live in Southern California, and then he moved out to Colorado. So Gabe now we see attend Pikes Peak as a spectator. Maybe one day he'll take it up. He'll take the climb as well.
Let's see, I didn't see Andy Hollis out there in the McLaren, that Papaya McLaren. He's still up there at 215. Amazing to see that. that showroom stock car up there holding its own against these really highly prepped cars.
Jackie did not go out for session 2.
I saw him pull Jackie pull out. Here we got Richard Luttrell kind of hanging out backwards here. Maybe he looped it a little bit out. That looks to be turn 1. That's a bad spot to be in. He needs to get the fire going in that car. He doesn't want to get hit by anybody. That's really coming off the apex to turn 1. That's a bad place to be, especially with that nice of a car. See if, oh, there he goes. He's got the fire on that thing and gets it moving. I wonder if we wish we could see what happened to him. Maybe he had his a rebound adjusted a little bit differently and hit that bump at turn 1, and it kind of upset the car and looped it around. There's that Porsche looking amazing. Cameron Lawrence right there. Really cool to see the bodywork on this thing. I believe it's the front bumper is a Porsche Cup 997, but I think those over fenders and fenders are from a GT3R. But if you notice on the in-car camera, the transmission is a H pattern, so no sequential shifter in that car. So I believe that car is a Vind number GT3.
And that's Jason Chin getting tires checked, pressures checked. Thomas Smith is still trying to chase that 218.
There's Cameron right here. Just a gorgeous car. All the things you want here. Nice Porsche rear engine setup, but with a Chevy V8 with good, amazing torque curve, tons of power. It's a good setup on that car. Eric Sutton coming through turn 1 there. And that turbo 911, 996. Super awesome car too. He's got a good amount of power out of that car too with those turbochargers. There's Cameron Lawrence still on a hot lap here.
And Gabe Zamora following right behind him.
YouTube's all about Gabe right now. It says, let's get Gabe going. See if he can go a little bit faster here. Let's see if Cameron Lawrence out there in that Porsche can do a little bit better in a 220. I know that car's got a little bit more in it. It should be hovering around, hopefully, that GT3 AMG with Richard Luttrell. So hopefully we can see if that number 11 Porsche can get a little bit faster than that. There's Eric Sutton sawing at the wheel.
Looks like he's trying to best his time.
Let's see what he comes up with. Eric Sutton is still currently at a 242 for this particular session. So this might be possibly his hot lap here. So taking that, hitting that apex almost perfectly. He should be coming around that last part of the track here, going into 19 here. And coming on the front straightaway. Let's see if we can see him poke out right there on the front straight. See what Eric Sutton's got.
That's Zachary Sober, number 113.
Interesting seeing that car and the other McLaren, the other 720. This is a 620R. How close they are in time. Very, very close. About very, very close in time with Andy Hollis here. Andy Hollis holding in a 2:15.5, whereas Mr. Sober here in a 2:16.5, so just a second behind.
Cameron Lawrence was able to best his time for the session to a 2:18.332.
Nice. Good to see him with a improvement over his previous time with 2:18. But still, Will holding it down for this session at a 2:05.6. Still not quite up there with Ferris's time from yesterday at a 2:03, but still really, really fast, amazing time.
And with 2 sessions left for the day, Will's got 2 more opportunities to best Ferris's time. And we know for sure Will is going to take those opportunities. He's not here for a front-wheel drive record. He's here for the overall track record.
There's McGinnis coming in. Looks like everyone's got everything lined up nice and pretty for that pit walk. Maybe a couple coats of a quick detailer, clean the cars up, get that rubber off the front.
It's a great weekend out at Super Lap Battle this weekend. There's 74 car counts in Time Attack,
There's that
and then
GTR.
there's, I believe, 36 car counts in GLTC. The field of GLTC drivers was full. The race has been amazing all weekend.
Yeah, there's so many cars here, guys. It's unbelievable because there's, like he had said just now, there's so many cars that we have a tough time keeping up with all of them. So if we get them wrong every once in a while, we apologize. There's just so many.
So many Supras, so many Porsches, especially white ones.
There's just so many, and we're just trying to remember them all, and get all the names and cars right. But just amazing to see if you're here, and also too that front pit walk or that front pit lane is super packed, but also behind the pits, all the other cars back there, the GLTC guys, a lot of our Super Lap competitors are back there too. Looks like Cameron Lawrence is coming in here.
Is that Sean Cagle? I believe Will does have more sticker tires. Will doesn't leave home unprepared.
Yeah, Will. I rolled in. We rolled in this morning into the garages, and he was already had the tire warmers out there. So it being really cold out here, he had those things on and cooking this morning. So he's ready to go.
James lost an engine, so we're not sure if he's going to be back out in the field.
Yeah, it looks to be from James. He wasn't in the last. He was in the first race. James Houghton in the first race at GLTC, and looks like he popped an engine this last or in the first race, so he wasn't out.
What's up, Brian, all the way from Malaysia? Thanks for tuning in, man.
You know, I always think of those MRSs. They always remind me of a tadpole. That top down on that MRS. It looks like a tadpole. But that, really cool car to see too.
We're looking forward to having you here, Sean.
With that 2ZZ. See, look at all those cars, guys. I mean, if you're not here, where are you? If you're close to Austin, within an hour or a couple hours of Austin and this Circuit of the Americas, look at all the cars you have all lined up. Just amazing. Everyone knows to. They want all the fans to come here and look at their cars. They're proud of them.
So the checkered flag is out for session 2. We're going to move on over to the pit walk, get some interview with the drivers, get some interview with the spectators, and get a feel for how the event's going.
So see you guys back down there in a couple minutes, and we're going to get all the action from down there in the pits and the pit walk. See ya.
if I see Nick. Got it. You're wearing a gray sweater.
So I got Paul here with a DSM. On YouTube right now, the DSM fans really want him to crank it up. Paul's had mechanical issues yesterday. Appears he's got it sorted out. So let's see if Paul's going to crank it up for us today.
We're getting there. So we just did our first lap on super low boost. Everything held together fine. So we're going to go out this next session, turn it up a little bit. Might come into a hot pit, turn it up a little more. And then hopefully last session we'll be back full power and let it go. See what happens.
There you go, guys on the internet. Paul's going to crank it up. Go fast for us.
Yep. Thank you.
We're going to move along and find other people to interview. We got Kevin looking for Ferris right now. See if he's going to go out and defend his time. We know William Al Young is going to come back out and try to reset the overall track record. He ain't going back to Canada without taking that record or without putting the effort to take that record. So let's go over to this garage right here and check out what these guys are doing. Here we got William Al Young from Canada. We know there's 2 sessions left. We know Will isn't going to leave for these 2 sessions empty-handed. He's going to try his best to go back to Canada with the King of COTA title.
You know what? It's like this is the place to be. You know, we're living the F1 dream. Let's say it that way. Like, it's incredible. This facility is amazing. Super Lap Battle USA hosting it at COTA is absolutely epic. You know, and honestly, like, to see North American Time Attack grow like this is absolutely incredible. You know, obviously I've had the experience of doing World Time Attack, and this is basically turning into it. It's incredible.
And thank you, Will, for coming out and putting in the effort. We hope you reset that record Ferris set this week.
We're going to keep trying.
Good luck. Let's see. Here we got Amir. Amir is currently the street class record holder in his Acura NSX. Amir, what's up with your situation right now?
So we're very happy with the 13.8 that we got. Unfortunately, we're not going to go any faster because we broke 6th gear. So we just decided to pull the car out, decided to, show it off and at least hang out for the rest of the day, have some fun. And unfortunately, won't be going back. Had a rough first session, but overall couldn't be happier with the event.
Congratulations on the street class record.
Thank you, Kit, and thank you for being our commentator.
We're going to head over towards Jackie Ding, see what he has to say about Amir's record currently standing. Let's see. I believe Jackie Ding's on the other side of the Grid Life garages. As you can see, the pit walk's pretty exciting out here. There's a ton of fans, families, kids. The people out here in Austin, Texas, they love motorsports. And having COTA in the backyard is just an amazing thing.
Appreciate it.
And here, obviously, we got a bunch of fans with Jackie Ding. Jackie Ding's a very popular time attack driver out here in America. He represents the sport extremely well. He's young, he's enthusiastic.
Hello.
Hi, Jackie.
Hello, hello. I'll keep my sweater on just for sponsor purposes. Hello. Hello, hello.
So, Jackie,
yes.
We want to know what you're going to do about Amir's current standing record.
I can't do much about it.
Well, are you going to go out and try again?
I will try. I think I'm going to save the car for the last session. It's just a perfect storm of really unfortunate situations. The car had a puncture on our brand new set of tires last night, and we lost our new set of tires. So
if anybody's out there, Jackie needs another set of tires.
295, 35, 18, AO52, please.
Please.
Thank
Well,
you.
we want to wish you good luck, Jackie.
Appreciate it. I hate you, Amir.
This is Team Supra, PhD Racing. All right. We got Hannah and Son.
Hello.
This is Son Bo.
Hello.
This is Hannah.
Hi.
They're campaigning their Toyota Supra.
Yes, this white one.
Yes.
So how's your weekend going here at Super Lap Battle?
It was good. First time here,
and figuring out the track, figuring out how to get faster. I got a hiccup earlier with, I think, the spoon car. He broke something on the shifter, and he couldn't get into gear. And I was right behind him. I was like, why am I catching up so fast?
Yeah, that was him.
That was Sun driving.
Yeah, that was me driving.
It was Sun driving, and it was Aaron driving. So just to make sure on the announcement, I did not pass Di.
Okay. So who's driving this afternoon?
So I'm going to be driving third session, and then he's driving after.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, good luck to you guys out there.
Thank you.
I hope you guys achieve the best lap that you guys can out here. Feel good about it.
Yeah.
Let's go on. So right here we have Thomas Smith. Thomas Smith is a veteran time attack driver. He's campaigning his Subaru STI. I know that he's out here trying to break into that 2:18 time, and I know that he's going to come out this afternoon and try. So how are you feeling out there?
Everything feels good. The car's working really well. It's reliable. We've had a little issues here and there. Resolved them very quickly, and the car's just running great. It's running really cool, which is typically not the case with the Subarus, so no head gasket issues here.
So see, the guys on the internet that have been saying that Subarus don't do well out here, well, Thomas Smith is here to tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I think if you just use the quality parts with the partners that we use on here, they work really well, and it just creates a reliable platform.
Well, good luck out there, Thomas.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Where'd Kevin go? So we're over here with Attack the Clock Racing. These guys had some mechanical errors or issues with the radiator early on in the week, and they're not able to run their car. One of their fans, one of the radiator fans, took a dump and put a hole in the radiator, and it was unrepairable. And we got Larry Chen interviewing. Larry's on the camera right now. Yep. Hey, Larry.
Okay.
We're live right now. We'd like to.
Well, we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube.
Oh, sorry, you guys.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, we're live right now. We just like to get your feel on the event and everything that's going on. You're on the jumbotron right now.
Oh my God. Oh,
Yeah.
I am. Look, I'm gonna film myself on the jumbotron here. No, this is a great event. I love this so much. I came here for the first time last year, and we did 5 features, and they did really well. So far, just a day and a half, I've done 8 features, and it's just so much about showcasing this kind of car culture and this type of racing. It honestly is just such a good motorsport festival, right? You have drifting, you have time attack, you have wheel-to-wheel racing, and it's just a good time. And on top of that, it's at a world-class facility. It's amazing to be here.
We're grateful to have you.
Yeah, no.
So are you going to be back next year?
Of course I'm going to be back. Are you kidding me? Come on.
That's what we want to hear.
Jason, please, have me back. Please, invite me back.
Definitely.
I want to be here.
100% we'll have you back.
Yeah.
So let's explain what went on with the car this week.
So the radiator fan decided that it no longer wanted to live anymore, and so it said I'm going out. So it took the radiator with it. And unfortunately, with this kind of car, you can't just go down to AutoZone and grab another radiator. So we did everything we possibly could to get it back on the track today. We welded it, JB welded it, brazed it, everything. We just chased around pinholes. So. So she's looking pretty this weekend. At least we got a couple laps in it, but we'll definitely see you guys at Road Atlanta for sure.
She's a gorgeous car. A lot of people on the internet wanted to see her run. They were asking us. We went around this morning to check it out, to see what was going on. We were hoping that you guys would have it sorted out.
We worked around the clock to try to get it there, and just sometimes it just doesn't pan out.
Say that one.
Yeah, we worked around the clock to kind of get, that radiator sorted out, and it just wasn't in the cars. It wasn't for lack of effort for sure, but we will definitely see you guys at Road Atlanta.
Gotcha. Well, we want to wish you guys the best of luck.
I'm going to get to doing push-ups so I can steer my car.
You look like you're going faster out there this morning.
We're trying, yeah. Yep. I feel more confident now.
Good luck out there.
Hey, Larry.
Let's check out these RSR guys with Robert Robles driving that Supra. Yeah, it's really nice out here right now. The sun's coming out. It's not as cold. Spectators are everywhere. Whoa. So this is the RSR Supra driven by Robert Robles. Hey, so where's Robert at? Hey, so this is Robert Robles. He's driving the Studio RSR Supra. How are you feeling out here?
We're good. You know, we built the car in 40 days, and I'm really glad with how it turned out. So we're just trying to push it and see what time we can do.
So what's your fastest time this weekend?
I think it's a 2:21.
So what are you trying to do at the end of the weekend?
I want to break into a sub 20, but we'll see.
I want to wish you good luck out there. I hope you see a 219, 218, whatever it is, as long as it's sub 220.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys made it out. Hope to see you guys again next year.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Sweet.
Thanks for having us.
For sure. So this is the 4th year for us at Circuit of the Americas Super Lap Battle. I think this is the busiest, the biggest year we've had. We have over 70 cars turned up for Super Lap Battle Time Attack, over 36 cars for Grid Life Touring Cup. It's been an amazing week, amazing weekend. Lots of people excited, lots of fans, lots of interaction. Let's see if we could find some fans and get some input from them. Hey, what's up, you guys? Great. Are you guys having a great weekend out here?
Oh, yeah, we've been having a great weekend so far. First day we had a little bit of issue, bad solenoid in the car, but got a replacement from the BMW guys, got it fired back up, and we've been having a great weekend so far. So everything's coming together. We're just hoping to round out the rest of the weekend with a good finish.
Sweet. I wish you guys the best of luck. I wish you guys
Deep Eddy Racing.
Deep Eddy Racing. I wish you guys check out this sick hat right here.
Texas locals.
Yeah.
Say if you're in Austin, go out to Lake Austin, check out the Deep Eddy Cabaret, and go grab a beer. Say you're with us.
Deep Eddy Racing Cabaret.
Yes, sir. Deep Eddy Cabaret is the sponsor. Deep Eddy Racing is the teammate.
No, that's where they get the drinks over there.
Oh yeah.
All right. So as you can see, there's tons of people out here. Tons and tons of people, tons of fans, tons of Time Attack lovers, tons of import tuning lovers. Ravi. Ravi.
Hi.
This is Ravi of We Don't Lift Racing. Ravi drives the pink Acura NSX. Ravi had some mechanical issues yesterday with the clutch, and he seems to have it sorted out to complete some laps this afternoon. What do you think?
We're gonna try. We just got it all back together. We still got to bleed the coolant system out, but seems like it moves under its own power. So we had the whole engine out, all the way disassembled, stick it out there. Thomas worked his ass off to get it all together. So next session, we'll see. Hopefully we're not towing it off the track.
Well, good luck out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care, guys. Thanks for watching.
Hey, we want to thank you for the pamphlets that you created and all that.
That was all Melissa right over there, so be sure to go say hi to her, all right?
Be sure to go to We Don't Lift Racing. They provide racing apparel and apparently amazing race pamphlets for our event.
Right. Yeah. Programs for the event, try to get everybody involved, try to make sure all the spectators have a good time. It's kind of part of our company and what we do. We like to have a good time with motorsports, enthusiast level, community level, just a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, buddy.
Sorry, I couldn't.
I tried to let you know they were coming. I didn't know.
Okay, so we have Robert here. He comes all the way from Mexico. This is the most enthusiastic Time Attack driver. He travels through the border across the United States. I think I met him Jersey, competing with this car.
Oh man, thank you, man. It's been a huge adventure being here in Cora. The facility, the people, man, the familiarity. We have a small fire, well, big fire, man, yesterday. But finally we are fixed and ready to go. Yes, a long night.
Long night. Are these your kids? What do you kids think about this event?
¿Qué creen del evento?
It's good. It's good.
Good. Do you guys have fun?
¿Se han divertido?
Yes.
Is that your dad?
Es tu papá. Soy tu papá.
Do you want him to race forever so you guys can come out here every year?
¿Quieren que corra por siempre para venir cada año aquí?
Yes.
You want to say hi to your friends at home?
Díganle a sus amigos, mira, ahí están en la cámara, mira, ahí están en la cámara. Díganle saludos a su mamá, por aquí, mira, por aquí, saludos a su mamá. Salud.
Say hi to your friends at home.
Sí, díganle hola a sus amigos.
Friends.
You guys have fun out here.
They're gonna race soon. Yeah.
Thank you very much, you guys. We'll be back to racing at 1 p.m. in 45 minutes.